Hello, everyone, and welcome to Town of Drumheller Committee of the Whole meeting today, Tuesday, May 12th. Just want to remember everyone, this will be live streamed on the Drumheller Valley YouTube channel. All right, we'll start off with some announcements, and I'll start off with June 1st. It's time to battle. They have you flip a coin, determine whether you're on Team Green Tree or Team Drumheller. Then participants track their kilometers at both the Aquaplex and the Badlands Community Facility for the entire month of June. And whoever gets over the minimum distance will be entered into a grand prize, whatever that might be. All right, who's next? Deputy Mayor Hardy.
On behalf of Mayor and Council, I would like to thank everyone who attended the open house. It was great to see the new and familiar faces expressing interest in the town's operations and our strategic priorities. Hats off to administration also for putting on such a successful event.
All right, thank you for that. Who's next? Councillor Claflin.
Following on that vein of positivity, tax notices will be emailed out Friday, May 15th. Keep an eye out in your mail for your notice and reminder that they're due August 31st, 2026.
Oh, you're so funny. That was good. Anyway, next, Councillor Miller.
The farmers market is at the Badlands Community Facility this weekend. Head down at 10 a.m. to check out local artisans, baked treats, and other homemade goods.
Thank you. Councillor McNeil.
There is a seniors lunch and learn at the Drumheller Legion on May the 26th at 12:30 p.m. At this session, participants can learn about the effects of hearing loss in a friendly and welcoming environment. Contact the Legion for more information.
Thank you for that. Councillor Zrisky.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of announcements. I attended a very interesting cricket matches on the weekend. Drumheller Cricket Association was hosting a team from Calgary. I'm not sure who won because I haven't quite figured out how they score cricket yet. It's very complex. But the Drumheller team was cheering a lot, so I'm presuming that they did all right. So congratulations to the Drumheller Cricket Association. I'd also like to thank everyone who helped volunteer and attended the Sunshine Lodge Strawberry Tea. They made I think $1,400, which goes to the recreation program in Sunshine Lodge. So thank you to everyone who attended.
Right on, yeah, no, that's good for them. All right, so that's it for our opening remarks. How about our adoption of the agenda? Do we got anything to adopt? Anything else? Nothing to add? All right, can I get a motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor Miller.
I move that the Committee of the Whole adopts the agenda for the May 12, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting as presented.
Thank you for that. Can I get a second? Councillor Kalafa. All in favor? Okay. And away we go then. All right, so we got a couple delegations here. Yeah. Are we gonna?
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Council. I'm pleased to welcome today the delegation from the Grand Fondo Badlands organization. Today, the Grand Fondo Badlands, just a little history, is a a long-distance mass participation cycling event designed to be accessible by riders of varying skill levels, typically featuring time segments as well as well-supported roles. The organization representatives from Trans Rockies are present today to provide council with an informational presentation regarding this large event and how they plan to mitigate potential impacts, concerns on the town during the 2026 Grand Fondo event scheduled for July 4th. So if you allow me to welcome them to the table here, they'll be able to provide the presentation.
Thank you for that. Yep.
Thank you for welcoming us to make this presentation about Grand Fondo Badlands. My name is Aaron McConnell. I'm president of Trans Rockies Race Series, and this is Rochelle Love, event director for Grand Fondo Badlands. So just a little bit of further background about Grand Fondo Badlands. It's a mass participation cycling event. Not technically a race. It's designed for recreational athletes, not professionals, and it's meant to showcase Drumheller and the Badlands region. Rochelle, do you want to cover some of the other details?
Yeah, we've grown quite significantly, almost tripling in the past 4 years since Trans Rockies took over, and we know that the town has some concerns with this. We can assure you that throughout our presentation today, we're going to show you what some of those strategies are to help reduce the impact to the towns so that they only see the economic benefits. One of the ways we've started is that all riders will not go at the same time. We have started implementing this a few years ago where riders sign up in waves so that we're sending out only just over 300 riders every 45 minutes, which eases that traffic congestion, especially on the way out to the Tyrrell Museum, which a lot of the other visitors are visiting at this time.
So as Rochelle mentioned, we have grown quite a bit as Trans Rockies, and we've been in operation for about 25 years based in Calgary. But we actually took the event over from the founders of the event in 2023 or 2022. 22. And so yeah, we have grown it from approximately 600. Last year we had just under 1,500, and we're capping it at around 2,000 this year.
We only have 32 spots, so we will hit that 2,000.
That's awesome.
So just a little bit about the economic impact. We do our own economic impact analysis, and it's based on our participant surveys that we send out to all the participants. So last year, actually attending, we had 1,460 riders, and they brought an estimated 968 non-racer attendees. So that's friends, family, other supporters. Most are staying in the community. Average length of stay is 1.4 nights. So there are people that are staying more than one night. Some people are just staying the one night before. Average spending in the community per person is estimated at $209. So that gives us an estimated overall spending of about $509,000 last year. And of course, that's spending within the community, and usually there's a carry-on effect of those dollars recirculating within the local economy. We are seeing a mix of accommodation types, most predominantly hotels and motels in town, also the campgrounds, short-term rentals, and of course some people are just coming in for the day and not staying overnight. And we've seen this number growing over the last few years that we've been measuring economic impact. It grows in step basically with the participation numbers.
We are aware that some locals definitely have some concerns and we weren't quite visual enough with explaining to um, members of Drumheller community what we're doing to help mitigate these types of disturbances for them. We do an athlete guide explaining, the protocol, that they are guests in this community, and making sure that they know where to park. We know that was an issue. We've increased our emergency access protocols, our safety, and just really our crowd management, making sure that we're largely just at the BCF, and then they go out for their ride and they're coming back. Um, we, sorry, we also do a pre-race meeting, which we let people know that they need to be riding on the right side of the road. And that was often a large concern, is that people think that we're like, go out there, have a good time, see you later. We are letting them know that there are rules of the road. We're explaining this in the email communications out, as well as we are reminding people right before they head off of those rules. So our communication plan has increased. We are going to be doing radio ads. We are going to be doing a newspaper feature, as well as we are going to be putting signs at the entrances to Drumheller to let locals and other visitors know that this event is going on July 4th.
So just some of the additional benefits to the town. We'd already talked about the direct economic impact, but there's also increased tourism exposure, and perhaps outside of the traditional exposure that the town gets, to an active audience, I suppose, and establishing Drumheller as a place for this type of outdoor recreation as well. Expanded media reach. We bring in our own photographers and video team to cover the event, and we use those media assets to promote the event to a North American audience. We expect that there will be repeat visitation of people that come for the event, coming for just to ride or for other purposes. And we have some data to support that from our participant surveys as well. We work closely with local business as much as possible as vendors to the event, and also partners of the event to promote local businesses. And also community engagement. We work with a number of local community groups to come out and help us run the event in exchange for donations to their organization.
I think, sort of just to close off that, our goal is to continue this event. I know people may ask what our cap is. 2,000 is our cap. We're limited by the ferry. And in order to expand, it would have to down the road potentially go to 2 days, but that's only if the town and we have the interest right now. We feel that this is where we would stay.
We'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, I thought it was toning in there, yeah. Anybody got any questions for Councilor Strisky?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And thank you for choosing Drumheller for this event. Very, very good event. I've heard lots of good things from lots of people in Drumheller. The odd grumble, I had a tea time and didn't quite get there, but that's not an issue. A couple of things. First of all, do we know approximately how much resources the town has to use to kind of do this, like in terms of bylaw, fire, garbage collection? Like, do we have a town budget for this, or is it just operational? Do we know?
Through the chair, it is mainly operational. This goes through a special events license process. And as such, it's communicated what it is that our staff provide as far as our normal service levels. And if there's any additional requests, then it goes through that. If there is any in-kind additional work that's being requested, then we would have directed them through the community assistance grant.
So this is a special event permit? You have to, yeah. So one thing you'll be pleased to know, the bridge is finished. So that's the number one thing that I think was a bit of a drawback last year. One other thing, so this is, I'm looking at it, it's kind of competitive, but more recreational. And I know if we look around Drumheller, one of the biggest influxes has been e-bikes. Have you ever thought of incorporating an e-bike section in it, or is that blasphemy from a bike rider's point of view, or am I?
Not at all. We've actually included it for the past 5 years.
Oh,
We were
okay.
one of the first events to welcome e-bikes to
Oh.
our event.
I didn't know that. And my last comment would be July 1st, or pardon me, July 4th, in Drumheller is pretty busy. And it's pretty busy whether we have Grand Fondo or not. You may or may not know, but Drumheller is the third most traffic tourism in the province, next to Banff, Jasper, now Drumheller. So we're kind of getting full in the summer. So I'm just wondering if you could think about, could this be held in June? Could this be held in September? Because as I say, July and August, whether Grand Fondo is here or not, there's lots and lots and lots of people in town, and accommodation isn't very available, and that kind of thing. So just a thought on that.
We used to be in June, and when we moved it to July, that was one of our factors for our growth. We've been communicated that they're able to bring families. It's a lot more. It's no longer I have to try to get away for the weekend. So we see it as a benefit that it's that weekend. I grew up in a tourist town as well, so I do understand, but it's a very good weekend for many of the participants who can bring their whole family here, and we see a lot of that.
I think we'll be seeing Tom on his e-bike out there, just a paddling along. Anybody else? Any further questions? Councillor McNeil?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I think it's a fabulous event, and Drumheller is very blessed to have this opportunity. One thought that I had, and it occurred to me yesterday actually, we do have some major farm machinery equipment dealers in town. So I think it would be worthwhile to speak to them in advance so that they're not planning any type of movement on Highway 10 in particular. So you're nodding your head. So is that possible then?
Yes, absolutely possible. We'll definitely get in touch. Thank you.
You're welcome. There's two of them.
Okay.
Okay. And then the other question I had, it was just, I understand, I think that there is a loop. So the group that then heads out to Dorothy and then goes up that big hill, and I've heard riders talk about that hill. Nonetheless, when they come back, are they going to then be meeting riders that are heading in the opposite direction at the same time?
Yes, there is traffic on, or bike traffic on either side of the highway in the shoulder. But it's only the longest distance, the 163 kilometer, that is going past East Cooley. And also that distance, they're well into their ride, so they're generally quite spread out at that point. So that's I would say a less critical part of the route from a traffic concern perspective.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Well, all the best to you and appreciate the extra planning that you're putting into this.
Right on. Anybody else? Councillor Kalafa?
Thank you. My comments mirror the previous councillors as well. Thank you for picking Drumheller. And I do appreciate the extra work putting in. And I will say that it has led to repeat visitation. It's in the summer, it's not uncommon to see two bikes on the back of a trailer. Often at the brewery around noon, finishing up their morning ride. So, I mean, Drumheller has become that destination, and I feel that part of that is because of this. My only question is with volunteer organizations that you work with, are they in all, are they all in place, and how would one want to get involved if it was like the Navy League or something that wanted to volunteer for you?
We have worked with the Navy League for about 8 years now, so they've been typically doing it. This year, we've also got a local football team stepping in as well. They're willing to do a little more active cleanup for us because by the end of the long day, so having that support for us. So yeah, as in terms of if someone or an organization wants to work with us, they simply just have to let us know.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you again for looking towards the future of the event.
That's cool. That's a new option on my thing here. Ding ding. Anyway, yeah, no, that's it's a great event. I really like. I've been around it for the last few years, and it's really grown. The way it's grown, it's amazing. I'd love to be able to shut the roads down for you and let you really wheel on her, but we have some days it's pretty scary out there with the trucks and everything that are on the roads, and it's great to hear that you give them the ride right kind of talk, like, because it can get out there, and we do have some tanker trucks on the road and that. So it's great that your signage too. I mean, a lot of times you get that, we didn't even know what was happening, right? How do you not know, right? But anyways, I see it posted, and that is something that happens for everything, all the way down the line. So that's good, and it's good that you're working with local volunteers. If you need help, I'm sure that there are people coming to you, or they can get a hold of somebody. Especially you got the football team on there. It's probably the Titans, right? So. Right on. No, that's great. Good to see the event, and thanks for being here.
Thanks again for having us.
And if I could just sort of close out again, just saying that we are constantly working every year to improve and to get better. We let, again, our participants know they're guests in town, and we work to ensure they're acting accordingly, and we do our best. It doesn't always happen with riders coming across the center line or something, but we wanted to come here today to let you guys know that every year that we work to get better, and we are absolutely open to suggestions every year to make it better for the town.
Thank you for that. All right. Councillor Kalafa?
Just what? Oh, just if the Wild Rose is coming back this year as well.
Yes, I actually organize another event here too, the Wild Rose Women's Triathlon, and we will be back here May 31st. There's a triathlon in the morning and a women's walk run in the afternoon, all starting and ending at the Aquaplex.
Awesome. Thank you. And I'll move the committee of the whole accept the presentation of the Grand Fondo Badlands from the Trans Rockies as information.
Okay, thank you for that. Any seconder? Councillor Zutsky, all in favor? All right, we're all good. Carried. Thank you, folks. Mr. Zier?
Thank you for that. Hello again, Council. I'm pleased to introduce a representative from Marigold Library System here to give a presentation on their operations. Just for anyone that doesn't know, the Marigold System is a not-for-profit organization operating in Southern Alberta, providing public library system services for their member communities. The town of Drumheller has been a member of this library system for many years and contributes annually to their operations through requisitions based on per capita rates. So Ms. Lynn Price is here to give a little overview on their operations.
Thank you.
As he mentioned, thank you for that. I'm Lynn Price, CEO for Marigold Library System, and I just want to thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for the opportunity to present. And today, I will demonstrate the services and value the town of Drumheller receives from membership in Marigold Library System and how we enhance local library service. So for those unfamiliar with Marigold, a quick snapshot. We're a centralized operations center that provides shared infrastructure, expertise, and support for member libraries. A city library system like Calgary has branches and a centralized operations center. In Marigold, we are that operations center, but we do not have branches. Our member libraries are autonomous, incorporated entities. Library systems were formed under the Libraries Act of Alberta because collaboration allows members to expand library service and cost effectiveness. We operate based on the Marigold Agreement between member municipalities. The town isn't just a part of the system, you are the system. We exist because of member municipalities. Membership provides Drumheller residents with expanded services, resources, and technology that would be difficult and significantly more expensive to acquire and maintain locally. So I'll touch on the money first. In 2025, the town and library board combined paid Marigold a total of $87,710.81. But Marigold issued $47,411 back to Drumheller Library in a cash transfer payment to support resource sharing of books, patron holds, and other materials, and a book allotment. So the remainder is invested in pooled services. We're able to provide these cash and cash equivalents to the library in part because Marigold is the governing board for 14 municipalities without library boards, such as Wheatland County and Starland County. As the governing board, we receive a rural services grant from the province on behalf of these municipalities, and we distribute 100% of those funds to libraries in transfer payments and book allotments. And when you factor in our other services as non-cash items, Drumheller's value for your investment in Marigold is over 1.3 million, and we are always conservative about this number and do not include items we cannot prove. So now I'll speak to what that service looks like. The work we do at Marigold headquarters in Strathmore does not overlap with local library functions. It complements it. We provide weekly van delivery of patron holds like books to the library, training for library staff so they in turn can support Drumheller residents with their needs, marketing materials to inform residents about what's available, print, library website, or social posts. We pre-make that for the library staff. We provide volume discounts for library books because we purchase items in bulk. We provide Drumheller's library website and all of the apps required and the integration with our software. And we provide professional support. So we provide continuous support to library staff and to the library board throughout the year and assist with any questions, everything from collection management and space planning to policy development to trustee training and provincial reporting. Meanwhile, the Drumheller Library staff and board can focus on in-house programming, frontline service, local partnerships, and managing local collections and space. The Drumheller Library receives networked, robust IT services and technology from Marigold. So we provide fully managed IT services. It's a one-stop shop. And we provide both remote and on-site support. We actually provided over 119 hours for Drumheller Library in 2025. And that includes troubleshooting, upgrades, commissioning, installing new equipment, decommissioning obsolete equipment, and in turn, the member libraries save on space, staff costs, and equipment. In addition to IT services, we provide cybersecurity training, assist boards with cyber policy development and technology planning. We research and test new technology, and we also extend our vendor discounts to libraries when they need to purchase new hardware. Drumheller cardholders also benefit from Marigold's membership in the TRACK Consortium, which significantly expands what's available to your community. TrackPack Plus is the essential online library software used for patron account management, managing collections, and for reporting. Through our TRACK partnership, People can place holds on items from over 190 public libraries across 4 regional systems in Alberta. Holds for patrons are shared through Marigold van delivery, and each year over 4.4 million items pass through our headquarters, including 42,466 items that were checked out by cardholders, and of those, the 10,269 were brought in from other libraries. Drumheller patrons also checked out over 9,300 ebooks last year. So patrons save a lot of money accessing ebooks through Track, as opposed to Amazon or other sources. We try to buy as many unlimited subscriptions as possible to save money, because as you can see from the note on that slide, one of the single-use or metered copies can be quite expensive. So we try to purchase simultaneous use copies that many patrons can use all at once. And it would cost over $5 million for the library to rebuild the Track collection from scratch. And we're finding that the demand for ebooks continues to increase year over year, but we aren't seeing a decline at this point in physical circulation across Track. So I just want to also mention our licensed content, which provides educational and entertainment options for residents of all ages. Solero and BrainFuse in particular are great resources for kids or homeschoolers because it's Alberta curriculum, K to 12. And Drumheller Library avoids having to negotiate with vendors, review detailed contracts, license products, or figure out how to securely integrate them into our technology. So at the moment, Drumheller has 2,040 card holders, and keep in mind this number doesn't reflect that many families share cards. For example, a mom with 2 kids doesn't want to manage multiple accounts, so she checks out books using one account for the family. And I would say that this slide sort of sums up our collective impact. Marigold membership lowers costs for Drumheller by sharing resources and eliminating duplicated services. Without Marigold, the library would have to fund its own IT, communications, administrative, and technical expertise. Marigold's staff, equipment, and infrastructure replace those potential expenses entirely, making the library more efficient and financially sustainable, because we are doing, for one, what we do for all. And the shared service model that Marigold and Drumheller participate in amplifies what your library offers and frees up local staff time. And I feel like I've kept it short and sweet, but I'm definitely happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. That was very good. Anybody got any questions? Councillor McNeil?
Thank you very much for the presentation. And as someone who walks into our library often and borrows the materials, I am so grateful for the services that Marigold provides. Absolutely essential for the Drumheller Library. And one thing I didn't hear you mention, but I also think it's a fabulous service, is that Marigold catalogs all of the materials and then gets all of the materials ready for the shelf. And so, yeah, so appreciative of everything that you do. And we also note that your staff are very responsive and helpful all the time.
Through the chair, thank you so much. That's great feedback. I appreciate it. And certainly, yes, we actually catalog over, I think it's nearly 80,000 new items a year. And again, that's done through bulk purchasing with our vendors. We receive free shipping because of the amount that we order, and bulk processing just, it speeds everything up and it keeps that out of the library staff workflow as well.
Excellent. Councillor Zritsky?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Couple of points. Do you have kind of a Friends of Marigold in terms of fundraising? Like, do you do AGLC raffles and casinos or any kind of fundraising like that for?
Through the chair, no, we have not done casinos, and we do not have a friends group, in part because we are located in the town of Strathmore, and there's already quite a bit of confusion about Marigold Library System versus Strathmore Municipal Library in the town. We have applied for different grants, like a SIP grant, which we used to purchase website templates for all of the member libraries and then subsidize that with a bit of capital funding.
So can you give us a little bit of an estimate of what percentage of your budget is spent on administration? Any idea? 5%, 10%?
It's probably closer to 5%, but I would have to verify that.
I actually heard that actually the administrative costs of Marigold is actually quite low. I think Margaret told me that. Anyways, I also wanted to mention, when you do a presentation in Drumheller, I would always suggest that you feed us the information of Gay Ross, who was, of course, one of the main founders of the Marigold system from Drumheller, came up with the name Marigold. And I remember talking to Gay many years ago, and she basically said, you know, I can live in a small town, but I can't live in a small town without a library. And so that was one of the impetus for her getting the Marigold system. I just noticed they actually came up with a list of 100 significant library people in Alberta. I don't know if you've seen that list, Margaret, and Gay is actually on it. And on that list are premiers and senators and billionaires and Gay Ross. So it's kind of an interesting historical background that Gay was one of the main founders. I'd also like to mention the lady sitting at the back here, Margaret Nielsen, who has been longtime board member for the Drumheller Public Library and our representative on Marigold for many, many, many years. And she's going to be leaving apparently, which is terrible news for us. But I'd just like to recognize Margaret and thank her for the many, many years that she put in and has been an absolute mainstay of library in Drumheller and the Marigold system. So thank you, Margaret.
Through the chair, may I take a moment and thank you for bringing up the opportunity to recognize Margaret. Margaret, some of you, everybody knows that she is on a Marigold board member and a long-standing Marigold board member, but she is also spends a lot of time volunteering on our governance committee as well and has been instrumental in development of our governance frameworks and agreements over the years. And she also serves on our 10-person executive committee. So she's committed quite a bit of time to Marigold on behalf of the town and our board.
Very good. Thank you for that. Thank you for your service in that, because it is an important piece of our community, right? So, no, that's much appreciated. Anything else from anyone else? Councillor Kalapa.
I was just curious about the rationale on having a requisition from the library board and the municipality and why they're not combined, or that just different structures at different places, or?
Yes, it's every master agreement with between member municipalities is different across the province. This has been a long-standing framework for us for many years. So the requisition itself is outlined in the master agreement, but the transfer payment is outlined in policy. I'm not sure why it was established that way when we were formed in 1981, but it has been in place since then.
Good explanation. Anything else? Anyone else? Councillor McNeil?
I will just add that master agreement, there's a renewal that needs to take place, and I believe that is going to be on the agenda at our next meeting, at our council meeting, for a 3-year agreement. And I just, we look forward to then, sharing that information at our meeting next week then.
Through the chair, thank you so much. And if there is any additional information that is required, I am more than happy to provide it.
Okay. That's it? Okay. Can I get a motion? Councillor McNeil?
Sure. I move that the Committee of the Whole accepts the presentation of the Marigold Library System. As information, and directs administration to bring further information to a future meeting of council.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Councillor Miller, all in favor? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Okay. All right. All right. So now we have from our CAO 5.1. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. So administration today, our office of the CAO has one report. This is on our council remuneration policy number P0126C, which we are requesting revisions to. So back in the beginning of February of 2025, council did pass this policy, which came into force as of post-election, October 27th, 2025. At that time, it represented a significant overhaul of the council remuneration process, and it was made after consideration of the council remuneration task force final report was presented to council back over a year ago on December 9th, 2024. Now, following the implementation of this new policy over the last 5 months, administration is proposing a few improvements for council consideration today, and it is being presented in our new town policy template, which is why we have a new number. So just to go over those changes that we are recommending, the first one is some administrative streamlining. We're removing out the scope section and references to individual staff positions to make it more universal. So most of the administration references are to the CAO, understanding that I do delegate that authority through other administrative tools. As well, there is a minor wording style edit to sections 1 and 2. This is to align with our current policy format. We've added in a definition for the deputy mayor. We've also designated them in section 4.2 as responsible for reviewing and approving all claims submitted by the mayor. This is replacing the requirement for the CAO to do this approval, as it feels it's a best practice to keep those approvals within the council unit. We've also revised section 4, specifically the responsibilities to claim approvals. We've integrated the previous section 13 content into that section because it was really with the change of the responsibility section, it made sense to combine both of them together. In those changes, there is a couple of minor ones, mainly that the financial statements will be provided to council from a quarterly basis to a bi-monthly basis. And we've also added that these statements will be made available to the public should anyone from the public request them. The current per diem and conference and training allowance reimbursement levels had been set using assumptions that did not fully account for the time required for budget planning, strategic planning, and the expanded orientation and training that's now required for newly elected councils. So therefore, administration is recommending amendments to section 8.5 and schedule A to increase and separate out the reimbursement levels for that period from the first organizational meeting following an election through to December 31st. So based on the actual expenses that we've recorded over that period of time last year, we've recommended the amounts and defined them in Schedule A. So what that equates to is a training and conference maximum budget of $1,400 per council member, a travel and subsistence maximum budget of $1,600 per council member, a conference per diem maximum budget of $2,300, and a childcare expense budget maximum of $100. Additionally, we've added in section 8.6 to allow council members to claim a per diem for attending in-town strategic planning meetings. We've also revised section 9.2 to reflect the requirement for council members to return their assigned laptop computers for the removal of municipal related data and records only, given the exponential redundancy of computer technology. Additionally, we've added in section 10.2 to allow the mayor to claim a meal per diem for the mayor and guests when conducting Town of Drumheller business. This adjustment reflects the practical need for the mayor to host community leaders, partners, and stakeholders in a manner that supports effective relationship building. And it also would be managed through our existing operational budget. We have changes to section 10.7. We did this to clarify the restrictions on attending the Federal Municipalities of Canada conference. This conference is normally held outside of the province of Alberta. However, in the last few years, it has been here. So there's normally quite a bit of travel that's associated with the FCM conference. And just to be clear, actually, that acronym is the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, not what's posted there. So so that requirement under 10.7 did previously state for the entire term, and that councils attend once per term. So we've modified that to allow the attendance when to be excluded when the conference is being held in Alberta. We've added section 12.1 and 12.2 to create a community support allotment or budget of $5,000 annually. And this would be used for attending or sponsoring community events for council. This could include things like the upcoming Excellence Awards that are coming up, or perhaps the Health Foundation event. So that will be something that would be new. I understand that in previous years there was a budget amount for these types of things, but in the last few years it was removed. So we are suggesting to bring it back again. Removal of section 13, as these sections are now covered by section 4, as I previously said. And we've added section 15.2, which makes section 8.2 come into effect on January 1st, 2026. This is done to accommodate the expanded, again, orientation and training that was immediately required just last year for the council members coming in. We've removed the maximum meetings that is referenced under the meeting and conference per diems in Schedule A. This is for administrative streamlining purposes. We were having to track how many meetings and then how much the budget was left. This was a little bit redundant because you do have a maximum budget amount, and there is a maximum amount that is reimbursed per meeting or conference. So we removed that redundancy. And we also revised Schedule A to incorporate a maximum reimbursement amount for travel, which hadn't been there before. It was one large sum for all of council. So we just divided that up, very similar to the conference registration maximum amounts. And we also did the same for the childcare expenses. So overall, all of these changes equate to an additional cost of $5,000 per year for the community support allotment. For 2026, we will be absorbing that in our Office of the CAO Department operating budget, and we will be, it would be something that is added in on an annual basis moving forward. This is in line with our strategic plan, pillar number 1, which is to provide sustainable services. Drumheller ensures municipal services are sustainable, predictable, transparent, and supported by a resilient organization and council and long-term financial planning. This ties back to specifically strategic intent. The one referring to the financial and capital asset decisions are long-term and data-driven. Public participation strategy. This policy will be posted on our website, and we will also be making an amendment to the website, just letting the public know that should they wish to see the bi-monthly council remuneration statements, they are available upon request. It is administration's recommendation that the committee of the whole recommends to council the adoption of revised council remuneration policy as presented. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions? Councillor Zarisky?
Yeah, it's a very good policy. Just a couple of questions. So the community support, you mentioned that would cover things like the celebration of excellence. That it's pretty obvious the town should be represented there. Um, and I was just wondering about the per diems. I think it says they are to be submitted bi-weekly, and I just wondering if those could be monthly. Seems like bi-weekly might be a little bit of a rush to get it in. If we don't have a meeting, then you have to make a special trip to town hall to submit them. So I just wondering if they could be, what I've been doing in the past is kind of collecting all my meetings for the month and then handing them in at the end of the month, the beginning of the next month. So just wondering about that. And also there are some of our committees, we have kind of extraordinary things that we have to do. The Seniors Foundation, for example, I did 3 full days of bargaining with the union. Just wondering, are those per diems? Then we also have meetings on construction. We're doing a fair amount of construction, and so we're having regular meetings on that. And then also on the board, we get into a step of the process of contract negotiation grievances. And so that can take some time. So I'm just wondering if how those fit into the per diems, if they do or if they don't. Then the other comment I put in there regarding the FCM, it says rotational basis. And just a consideration, what we found in the past is that depending on the location of the FCM, it is way more popular to some councillors than other locations. So for example, I went to an FCM in Regina, and nobody else in council wanted to go to FCM in Regina. So I was the only one that went. It wasn't seen as a sexy location, I guess. Now, I think next year is Halifax, and so I want to go to Halifax, and I think many other people on council. So what I'm saying is, depending on the location, it seems like council typically, there would be more people on council that would want to go, and I'm not sure how, you get everybody going to one place one year and then nobody wanting to go to the next place the next year. Just wondering how we might kind of work that out. Anyway, just a couple of points.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Through the chair, to start off with your first one about changing the reports or the submissions by council into administration to monthly. We could do that. Just a word of caution on that, though, is for our year-end financial reporting. We would need them in rather quickly when it comes to year-end. We tend to be about a month behind when it comes to tallying things up, because of all the moving parts. So we can modify it to state monthly, except for the final one in December, if you wish. It's more about that processing time than anything.
I think I'll be out of per diems way before the year ends. So just saying.
Sounds good. The other comment, talking about per diems, through the chair, for those extra meetings within organizations that you are appointed to, there, again, because we have an annual maximum of a per diem amount, that maximum doesn't change whether you submit it for, if it was a regular meeting of that organization, or if they had supplemental meetings that you're required to attend. So that maximum amount is identified per year. So if there was a change to be made, given a higher activity of certain organizations over the others, I think that would be a case-by-case basis of a discussion with that representative and the mayor, and then move forward from there. And then your third comment about the FCM conference, yes, you're absolutely right. It does move across Canada. And so the change that we added in there, it does say rotational. That said, it says rotational in your term. So which we didn't change that. That's actually the way it was worded before. We is more of, okay, so in this 4-year term, for example, because we have it in Alberta this year, over the next 3 years, the idea would be if a counselor attended one in year 2, they wouldn't be able to attend in year 3 or 4. So that's what I understood the rotational idea was. I was actually just mentioning this the other day that it would be super helpful if FCM actually identified their schedules ahead of time more than just 1 year. But unfortunately, that's not how they do things.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Miller.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments on this one. So with regards to section 12, I think that should be for attending events only, not sponsoring them. We have the community assistance grant already, and I really like the community assistance grant because people apply to that and there's a process that they go to, and it's basically determined whether they qualify or they don't. And I feel like if this were to be for attending and sponsoring events, it's kind of putting the onus onto council to decide which events we want to sponsor that go above and beyond the CAG. And then with regards to having a separate section for the org meeting to December 31st. So between the election and the org meeting, we had an orientation, and that was a 4.5 hour meeting. And I think my recommendation would be to have this from the election till December 31st, just so that that can be included, because I remember we had to go back and discuss that. I also submitted some childcare hours because that was on a weekday and it was 4.5 hours, and that didn't end up qualifying either because it was not before the org meeting. So if that could be looped in and reflected to reflect that per diem and the childcare, that would be beneficial to the next batch of counselors and mayor that come around in 4 years.
Oh, those are valid points. The 12th, the sponsoring community events. I don't know what context that was. That.
Sure. So that one specifically flowed through the last few meetings where we talked about, do we sponsor or do we not sponsor, and do we make request them to go through the policy or the community assistance grant, or can we, for those things that seem that council feels is very black and white, that we should do almost not, I don't want to say a default because there is no such thing, but for those things that are more obvious than others, to be able to make a decision by council instead of through the community assistance grant program. This is totally up to council. We could leave it as is, or we can pull it out and do it just for attending events. It's up for debate.
Anybody got any? Councillor Kalafa?
I think I'm with Councillor Miller in that, yeah, it's better to have people use a community assistance grant, and if we need to top it up by that little bit of amount, that would help. Or if we wanted to leave this in at discretion of council, council would be responsible for determining which events, as opposed to simply the mayor. And yet the other note is just, yeah, in 10.7, we have to fix the FCM in the policy, not just in the statement.
Councillor Zarisky?
Yeah, I like that, taking out the sponsoring. This is what we got into in the past, where we'd have presentations to council, and council would have to decide, what are we gonna are we gonna sponsor this, are we not gonna sponsor this? And that was the whole intent of the community assistance grant. So that's what I thought this was, the community support was to cover registration, for events like the Celebration of Excellence. If the Legion has their 100th anniversary dinner, you know, something like that. That's what I thought that was for. So I would definitely take out the sponsoring, and I certainly wouldn't leave it up to the mayor.
You never know what you'd get into, right? All right, well, so, okay, so we're looking at fixing that up, and that's what these are for, is to discuss these kind of things, right? So, anything else, anybody else got anything to add in there? Those are good points, valid points. Counselor McNeil?
Thank you. I'm in agreement with the discussion that we've had earlier. And so, yeah, I think we need to ensure that it's council that is responsible. Sorry, I don't know why I have that frog in my throat.
We'll give you a minute there. It's not a timed event.
Sorry about that. The one consideration that I have is I don't think that the childcare allotment for the election year is enough. The cap is at $100, and I think it should be increased. Just when I think about the number of training sessions that we held in that election year, and I think 100 is insufficient.
Okay, point well taken. Anybody else? Nothing else? We got a motion? Don't? Don't? Okay.
Your worship, so just to confirm, so the three changes that we will bring forward and modify are, actually, sorry, there's four. One is that, with regards to the allocation, community support allotment, we will modify that to be just for attendance of events, not sponsorship of events. And that 12.2 will be council will be responsible for determining which community events will be attended or sponsored by, well, be attended by council. So we'll make that modification. Two, we will increase the childcare amount in there after taking a quick look at the number of meetings again and increase that. We will also fix the wording of the definition of FCM in the policy, and we will also modify the start time for the election year quarter there, that first year, to take into consideration the orientation session that happens before the org meeting. I'm going to ask you to please leave the wording on that with me, just because it's a little bit interesting, because you're not officially sworn in until the organizational meeting. So I'll work with that. So that is the changes that we will make moving forward if passed by council. Oh.
Are we still going to do the per diems monthly or bi-weekly?
Yes. What I'll do, if council feels that's a good idea, we'll do that for the months between January and November. However, for the month of December, we will ask them to be submitted no later than December 15th, something along those lines. Thank you.
I guess I should have left you time for the shopping list. But there's some there. Did you get his comment with the mayor shouldn't be able to determine which community events too? Did you get that one? Okay. All right. All right. Just want to make sure. All right. So now, are we gonna have? Do we have somebody that's going to make a motion for this one with our amendments?
So, Mr. Chair, so what I would recommend with that is move forward with the recommended motion, but instead of stating as presented, just as amended. Thank you.
Councilor Miller.
I move that the committee of the whole recommends to council the adoption of council remuneration policy number P0126C as amended.
Thank you for that. Can I get a second? Counselor Kalafa. All in favor? Okay, we're all good with it as amended. Thank you. All right, and now we're on to, where are we? Our Director of Corporate Services, right? Where am I? Yeah, Corporate Services. So we're on 5.2 here now. Oh, there he is, Mr. Towns up. Thank you.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Before you is the first quarter Corporate Services Department report. There's two portions of this report. There's a quick slideshow presentation that talks about the departmental activities, and then some statistical information. And then there's going to be a financial variance report that we will discuss quickly. Okay. So in terms of activities of the department, there was some legislative or bylaw type activities. So in the quarter, the tax rate bylaw received final reading on May 5th of this year, so just a few weeks ago. The supplementary assessment bylaw was also approved by council, and there was the approval of the amended utility rate bylaw. Also happening this quarter was the approval of the 2026 amended operating budget, which again were adjustments to the approved budget back from last year to highlight and pick up some items that happened after that budget was approved in the first quarter of the year. Assessment notices were issued on February 17th of this year that initiated the 30-day or 60-day appeal window for formal appeals. There was no formal appeals. There's actually one formal appeal that was received, but it was rescinded. So there's no formal appeals that are going before the Assessment Appeal Board this year. Also during the quarter, the 2026 business licenses were issued. So we have a few statistical items to talk about. Assessment notices were issued. There were a couple fewer notices this year. That's primarily because of some consolidation that was done last year into this year to mitigate the minimum tax impact. There were a few ratepayers that took the opportunity to consolidate some of their lots and have fewer lots. That's generally the smaller amount there. And then in terms of appeals, there was only one formal appeal that was submitted this year. And it was withdrawn compared to 5 that were submitted last year, and they were all withdrawn before it went to the appeal board also. So that was our assessor working with them to come to a mutually agreed outcome on their assessment. I also just want to point out, actually I'll wait for that. Other statistics, there's business licenses issued, so in terms of renewals, it's actually the same number as last year. 642 renewals were issued. In terms of new business licenses, so these will be seasonal type licenses, temporary new types of businesses. There's been 23 issued this year as opposed to 37 this time last year. And then the value of the business licenses is about $5,000 less than this time last year at $131,875. Pet licenses that have been issued, those numbers are down. What's going to happen because of the new 5-year and lifetime pet licenses is you're going to see fewer as we go along. As people take advantage of the lifetime licenses, you're going to see fewer annual ones because of the uptake for the lifetime and 5-year ones. So this is a budget number. We're going to have to tweak as we go forward, as we're going to generate a little bit less money because of the annual amounts, and that'll work itself into a cycle probably in about 4 or 5 years. Cemetery interments, There were 3 this time last year through the first quarter, and there's 3 to date this year. In terms of water volume, so this is not dollars, these are water sales in cubic meters. Compared to 2024, our volume is up a couple percent. Compared to last year, it's down about 1 or 2%, but generally in line with kind of what you would expect year to year amounts. Changes are due to customer behavior because of various factors, normally temperature derived and other things. So we'll continue to track this and see where we are in future reports. One thing I just want to add that is not on this report, more for council information. As Councillor Kalafa mentioned, tax notices are being mailed, not emailed. They're being mailed on Friday the 15th. So again, they'll be distributed. They'll be at the post office on Friday. Residents should start to receive them Monday, well, not Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. And taxes are due on August 31st. I will also advise council, let council know that our those residents who are on the monthly pre-authorized payment plan, so the town takes some money out of their account every month, those amounts are going to be changing and reset as of May 31st. So it says that on the tax notice, but there might be instances where it's a different amount than what people had received for had taken out earlier. So if there's any questions about that, you know, that's the reason. This is the reset month for the upcoming 12 months. And if they have any questions, they can please contact the office and we'll talk them through it. Is there any questions on any of the information here?
Thank you for that, Mr. Town. Do we got any questions? Councillor Zaritsky?
Yeah, thank you. Regarding the assessments, I know there's no formal assessment appeal. And I guess I would thank the assessors for that. We are very fortunate to have people who are willing to meet with residents when they have an assessment question. And I think that goes a long way in stopping a lot of the appeals, that they are able to answer their questions and they work with the residents, and so we don't have any formal appeals. That being said, I know in the past we have had the assessors present to council, and I think it was yearly typically. I was just wondering, are we planning on having the assessors come to council sometime and give us a presentation and maybe answer some questions?
Absolutely, if that's something that Drumheller's done in the past. I haven't done it at previous locations, but if that's something that Drumheller wants, we could absolutely do that.
Anybody else? Any other questions? Councillor Miller?
Thank you. Through the chair, I was just wondering about the pet licenses, and I'm not sure if you'll know, but could you just give me a little bit of background on that? Like, if someone has a pet and they're walking downtown, does the bylaw stop them and say, is your pet licensed, or what really does the pet license do?
So per the bylaw, pets, cats and dogs within the town of Drumheller are required to be licensed. I can't speak to as what the enforcement side of it does, but pet licenses do assist in the tracking of lost animals, obviously being able to rehome them if they do get lost, being able to identify them if they're doing things that they shouldn't be doing. Again, they all have tags. There's tags that are given out, but I can't speak to the bylaw side on what they're doing if they see an untagged or potentially unlicensed animal
Okay,
roaming.
that's fair. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Anybody else? I think you've done it well. Good job there. Thank you.
Okay. The next part is the financial variance report for the first quarter. So these are known or projected variances as we compare versus the approved budget. There aren't as many as there normally would be. That's partially because the amended budget picked up some of the variances. So some of the things that we had identified were picked up in the amended budget. So since they're not a variance, they're not showing as an outstanding or potential variance type item. But they are included in the information here. Just to facilitate presentation, accounts have been grouped to reflect activities of service areas. So we're showing it by generally division within the town, and then similar type categories of accounts that council would have seen when we did the budget presentation. So these should look familiar. And in fact, if you were to go back to the budget, you could trace most of these numbers to the budget. So we're only reporting larger variances in terms of percentages. So generally $5,000 or $10,000 or greater, plus or minus what we think the year-end projection is going to be. And we will be doing a more fulsome review of certain account types on the next quarterly report. So utilities, for example, there's a few accounts that are trending below budget. We need to look at that before we could come out and say we think it's going to be positive or negative. Staffing would be another one. There's some allocation things where we thought it was going to be this amount. It's not proving to be that way. We got to do more of a review. And then some revenues like water revenues and stuff like that. It's much too early to say where we think we're going to end up. In terms of that, we do have some things to report. And it is broken up by fund. So there's general fund, water fund, and sewer fund. On the general fund side, through 3 months of operations, the town is projected to have a favorable variance to year end of $72,750. There's a few revenue items we could identify. First is under grants for policing services. Right now, that's projecting as a favorable variance of $8,700. And again, we're rounding numbers here to the closest hundred normally. As the town was able to receive additional provincial funding, this is new funding, we didn't budget for it, to help defray the costs of the RCMP body worn cameras. So that's something that's been coming in as an additional cost on our policing bills. This assists in paying some of that off. Grants for energy management purposes will actually be an unfavorable variance of $34,850. And this came up during the engineering and infrastructure quarterly report, where we are not participating in the second year of the energy management program through the MCCAC, Municipal Climate Change Action Plan program. So we won't be getting the revenue or the grant funding, but there is an offset in salaries because we won't have a position to apply that to. And I'll discuss that on the expenditure side. In terms of overall expenses, they're projected to be, that says unfavorable, that should say favorable variance of 98,900 to year end. So we're going to be under budget by 98,900 at this point. For the following reasons: under administrative services, professional consultant fees, there's projected to be in a potential unfavorable variance of $5,500. And this is for the additional cost for the Central Alberta Regional Assessment Review Board. We said we would find the money for that within the existing budget. And that is the hope is there will be an offset at some point, but we are identifying that amount as an unfavorable or over budgeted item. Insurance expenses are coming in as a favorable variance. So if you recall, during the budget process last year, pretty early in the process, we identified that our insurer had reached out to us and said that premiums were going up. by about $80,000, and that was due to changes to the TIV, the total insured value of our facilities. So we immediately made changes for insurance premium increases on the water, sewer, and general side. Um, when we actually got the bill, those increases were about half of what they had indicated to us earlier. So there's about $40,000 in savings through the organization. $29,000 of those are on the general fund side, and within the report, they could be broken down under fire protection, emergency services, and that's really flood abatement, um, and berms and dikes, and the BCF building for the amount shown there. The final expenditure item is under engineering administration salaries and benefits, which is projected to be a favorable variance of $75,400 due to the discontinuation of the energy manager position and our participation in the program. So there's an offset. The revenue offset goes against that. I'll pause here briefly if there's any questions on any general fund items. No.
I was looking at the RCMP, so those costs are, you know, the cameras, they're all initiated by someone else and we have to top them up, right? And there was a grant, right?
Well, so that's correct. So on our police billing, they show all the line items that we are responsible for, and they're pooled, and then we pay a portion. The body worn cameras was an initiative that came in several years ago, and they've been phasing it in as they try to get all the members equipped with them. And these were costs that were we didn't have a say. They were passed on to municipalities, and this is an initiative by the province to help defray some of these costs. This does not offset the total cost. This is a portion of what those costs are, but there was a program that we applied for and were able to get some money to help out.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that the body worn cameras is something new that wasn't in the original deal, and now it is in the deal, and we gotta cover the costs, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. All right, that's good there. Anybody else had any questions, at this point? Nothing pending, so carry on, Mr. Town.
Okay, really quickly, the water fund is showing a favorable variance of $5,100 to year end. And again, that is entirely due to our insurance reduction. So we had the one value. So that amount, we're going to be about $5,100 under budget. So a favorable variance there. And then on the sewer fund, the same item projected to have a $5,200 variance to year end. Again, knowing that there's going to be a more complete review of water and sewer revenues and other cost items such as utilities and staffing. That'll be part of the Q2 report, and there's going to be a lot more information with that one.
You're all good there? Anybody, any questions? Anything else? Nothing else from there? So you're done then? Okay. All right. Can I get someone to make a motion then? Councillor McNeil.
Thank you. I move the council accepts the 2026 first quarter report from the Corporate Services Department as information.
Okay, thank you for that. And can I get a seconder? Deputy Mayor Hardy, all in favor? Okay, we're good. Thank you, Mr. Tom. Pardon me? Okay, well, yeah, it's 5 to 6. Let's take a bio break here. How about that? Do we need a motion? No. Okay, all right, call it 10. We'll be here at 5. Going live. Okay, it's 6:07 and we're back. And we have our rec and community services. So Mr. Zier, Mr. Johnson.
All right, thank you again, Your Worship and Council. Today, we are presenting the Q1 report for 2026 for the Recreation and Community Services Department. So this department covers all of the aspects of recreation, including the BCF, the Aquaplex Arena, as well as community services, so planning development, economic development, FCSS, and senior services. So we'll provide the Q1 report now. Okay, first we'll hit the BCF building and operations. So you can see the expenses for 2026 are higher than 2025 at the same time there. That's primarily because the insurance payment was processed a little bit earlier this year. As well, there was increased utility costing, looking at gas and electrical for that. So that's the reasoning behind that, the expense increase for Q1. As well, the revenues were slightly down on that. We can see that tied to program revenue. The drop in membership was fairly consistent, but we had some lower revenue based on some slightly lower attendance, obviously, with some of our programming there. So, but as far as the actual drop-ins and membership scans, they were very consistent with what they were in 2025 of Q1. And if council has any questions on this along the way, please stop me and ask. Feel free to. Okay, going on, we have Aquaplex. So we're looking at the Q1s for that. So we have 2026 Q1 of 256 opposed to the 2025 Q1. Quite a bit higher, but the reasoning behind that is there's actually a $55,000 contribution to capital reserve that was done on 2026 here in the early part of 25, which was not included in the 25 Q1. That was done later on in the year. So looking at the revenues, they were fairly consistent with what we had on here. The expenses, just looking at the expenses, some of the expenses was also the hot tub. Utility rates were a little bit higher on that, so that contributed to the higher utility and expenses because of that. Looking at the revenues, like I said, they were fairly consistent. The attendance, you can see the 2026 attendance for drop-ins was actually quite a bit higher than 2025, so that's nice to see. We've noted actually that the drop-ins have increased month after month this year, so that's nice to see that they're picking up for the Aquaplex. The reservations, on the other hand, did go down in the Q1 of this. That's primarily to a lot of our regular groups not coming as frequently, we find. There's a few of them that really just decided to come instead of 4 days per week, which they typically did. We saw them coming at 2. So not necessarily understanding the reasoning behind that, but that's the reasoning behind the numbers on it. Okay, if no more questions, there are no questions on that, we can move on to the reservations. So looking at the bookings for the BCF and the Aquaplex, we're fairly consistent with the banquet hall, the meeting rooms, slightly lower field house, almost identical to last year Q1. Aquaplex, again, the lowering of that is tied to that, the reservations, the community group or the specific groups that would come in, just coming less times throughout the week there, as I mentioned before. The arena had fairly consistent from the years previous, and then obviously without any parking commitments in the Q1 there. There was nothing to report on either years for that. The fitness studio is typically has low bookings regardless, so we saw 3 in 2026, which was up from 0 in 2025. Okay, now we're looking at some memberships sold both within the Drumheller Valley as well as some of our outside users. So you can see Starland and Wheatland basically consistent. Starland was definitely down this year from what they were before. So just so council's aware, we do track all of our outside users. You'll see that the four rural municipalities around us are specifically tracked for their usage on here. The others, that incorporates both outside of the 4 municipalities that are listed here. So if we're getting Calgary residents, that sort of thing, but also incorporates the villages that are inside those municipalities. So that's one thing that we have changed recently, just making sure that those are separate municipalities. We want to track them, not combined within our rural neighbors here, but actually as a different identity there. So just for future conversations with these rules. And then just looking at the Drumheller Valley membership sold inside the valley itself, we can see we're actually quite a bit higher than we were this time last year, so that's nice to see as well. Okay. So looking outside of Stone Recreation, but looking outside of the complexes there, we have special events permits. So those are, as we mentioned earlier in the meeting here today, for special events that take place within the valley here. The application forms go through all of our departments here and just make sure that all are aware of what's happening here. If there's any special requirements from each department, that's placed on the event permit. So in Q1 of 2026, we had 9. Just looking at comparables of 2025, we had 8. So we're fairly consistent with that across the year here. And then just looking at some of the highlights of those events that did occur in 26. So the Cold Bones Festival, the Pink Shirt Gathering were 2 specific ones that brought quite a few members to the valley here, quite a few outsiders to partake as well. So nice to see those coming on early in the year, and we definitely expect to see a lot more coming forward. End of spring here, summer and fall months. And then looking at BCF Aquaplus highlights some of the programming that we had run in the 2 facilities there, the Fit into a Challenge, the swim skills and confidence classes that we held at the Aquaplex in March. Obviously our family day event, which has got huge support in the community, and we had a lot of, I think we had 400 some people attend that across all 3 rec facilities, the arena, Aquaplex and BCF. So fantastic support from the residents here and the attendees on that. And then the Membership Appreciation Day was a nice event held at the BCF in March. Okay, shifting gears, we'll move on to FCS here. So looking at our Drum Life membership, which is the fee assistance program for some of our at need residents, I'll say. So council allotted ultimately 30,000 towards that this year with 2 intakes. So the first intake was fully subscribed early on in January, and these are just some of the tallies of the types of applications that we saw for those memberships there. So 42 out of the applicants there, with quite a few more waiting in abeyance for the next intake here. And sorry, the family day event was primarily for the BCF there. That's why it's separated, 400 across all 3 facilities. Just for council awareness as well, we do partake in the volunteer tax program here. Not necessarily, well, not as a volunteer. We have outside fantastic individual that does manage all those for the residents of the valley here. What the town's participation is collecting this and collecting these forms from the residents and relaying them on to the accountant, to Mr. Wolf there. So we do take a fair amount of our time to consult with our residents, make sure they have all the information correct and that sort of thing. We also have protected ourselves with some agreements or some waivers, I should say, making sure that the town is protected liability-wise on these. Okay. Looking at the seniors program, which is a fairly intensive program here in the town. We have, for the grant programs for 25-26, we've received a total of 120,000-ish across the two grant programs there, the United Way program and the Healthy Aging program as well. So actually the United Way had expired in March here. We did apply for it. We're still waiting to see if we get the additional funds there just to continue on helping support this. We do have sufficient funds to carry on a lot of these programming, but another 3 years of this 25,000, I believe, is what we applied for per year. So we're waiting to see if we do ultimately get that grant awarded to us. And then just some highlights on some of the seniors programming that we have done early on in the year here. So obviously the hot meals, the frozen meals program, which is highly regarded in this community and definitely well needed. The grocery shopping dementia day program is something that our seniors coordinator puts on, as well as just looking at social events for prevention of the isolation. We coordinate a lot of the light housekeeping and snow removal programs as well for some of our at-need seniors in the community. Sorry, just to add to that as well, we some of the specific programs that were put on in their Q1 here. We had a lunch and entertainment event with the Popoviches on January 20th, 135 attendees, fantastic support on that. CRA and the Service Canada workshop was held in March with 80 attendees. Cow Patty Theatre, which is a really fun event for the seniors to travel into Starland and go to that dinner and theater. And then the scam information session, which was a huge success for our seniors. A lot of good feedback on that came out. And obviously, with looking at the attendees of 110, something we want to continue going forward as well. Okay, just some touches. The Napier Theaters program happens the third Tuesday of the month. Just information that the Lunch and Learn is at a Legion every third week of the month. The senior coordinator monthly meetings occur in Drumheller and Starland County, and the coalition, the coordinator is also a member of the Seniors Coalition. So just some points to note on that. So any questions from council on the recreation FCSS programs?
Councillor McNeil.
Thank you. It's great to have this information, and I'm just interested in the grants. Now, I did speak with Karen yesterday, and I understand on the United Way grant, you'll find out then in June, so hopefully good news there. I note then that the Healthy Aging grant, that ends in 27. Do you happen to know, is that beginning of 27 or toward the end? Just thinking ahead, like how we can prepare for that.
Through the chair, I don't know the exact date on that. Well, I can speculate that it would be at the year end, similar to the other FCSS programming, which is end of March. But I can definitely confirm for council and send that information out.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. Because, yeah, that's a sizable one and hopefully we can reapply for that. Thank you.
Yeah, so many of them. Oh, Councillor Zersky, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It's a little bit off topic. I don't know if you've heard of the changes to the AISH funding. So the Alberta Income for Severely Handicapped funding is changing fairly shortly, and there is speculation that there will be a fair number of people right now in Drumheller who are receiving a fair amount of money through AISH who will not. And there is a worry that some of these people will be literally homeless. They will not be able to afford accommodation. So is FCSS kind of aware of that, looking at that? As I don't know if Salvation Army is looking at it, but it seems like it's something that's coming. And are we being prepared for it?
Through the chair, definitely aware of it. Definitely monitoring it, I should say. Along the way, our seniors coordinator, especially working with the clientele that she has, faces that question on a daily basis, I would say, as far as current status and what we can do about it. I wouldn't say that we've developed any sort of action plan or any kind of lobbying efforts that we would suggest to council, but I'd say it's definitely on our radar right now.
No, I think that's that's actually a lobby effort. There is advocacy going on for that with some of the other, what was it, Medicine Hat, I think, just sent that around and that. So I think that's something that we should consider and look at also putting up for, because it's just going to get transferred to us, you know, and the shortfall. And that's the point of those initiatives that are online, you know, like with Alberta Munis has got an awareness campaign going on about it right now and everything here too. So I think that is something that we'll have to look forward to here and probably prep and have some sort of a advocacy for that as well. Other than that, just looking at your, you know, with now you're in there at the BCF for a little bit. You're starting to feel a little more comfortable with being a part of all that programming and everything over there, and finding ways to put it to good use. Are you?
Yeah, through the chair, definitely yes. Looking at the opportunities that we have in that facility. I mean, all of our facilities, the arena, even the outdoor spaces as well. I'll get into that a little bit more with our rec master plan as well, and just looking at some of the places that we can find some funding, or we can really provide more efficient use of those sources of those facilities. So yeah.
Excellent. Okay, thanks. No, I just I know you've only been here a couple months and you're just getting your feet, starting to find your way in and out of the building by the right door. I know.
Yes. My key card works now. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, anything else? Anybody got any more question there, or any to move forward from this? Nothing. Okay. And you got something more? Carry on.
Yeah, thank you. And then just to follow up, my wonderful team here has just confirmed that the end for the healthy aging, for the grant program is the March deadline. So we will have ample amount of time for not only applying for it, but also consulting with council during budget deliberations as far as how much we're applying for and what programs we're going to be putting towards that grant towards. So. Okay, thank you. If council's ready, I'll go into economic development, which is another very important segment of the community services and recreation department. So we're doing our Q1 for ECDEV. So just looking at the business development wins here, we had, actually there is an error on our sheet here, I apologize. We had 2 new businesses, but actually looking at the business licenses, I believe, what's the number, Rich? we were just trying to reconcile the business licenses that appeared on Mr. Town sheet. Oh, through the chair, for me to introduce myself for the public as well. My name is Reg Johnston. I'm the manager of economic development. The two new ones that I pulled forward are actually commercial spaces that are net new businesses in town. So one is a restaurant, which I believe some members of council appeared at the ribbon cutting ceremony, and another is a childcare service, and they took up new spaces. But with respect to Mr. Town's number, that was much higher. We figure there's discrepancies for a couple of reasons. One being if it's not a new business to town and it's an address change, then it would probably trigger a non-renewal or a new business on his report. And then in addition to that, if it's say a new contractor that isn't physically located in town, that would generate a new business on his report as well. But after the meeting tomorrow, we're gonna cross-reference all the new businesses on Mr. Towns's report and report back to council to make sure we have the exact number and the same definition. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Town.
If I may, your worship, I'm just referencing my information here to confirm. And the information I was showing is new licenses also include businesses that change their license type. So last year it may have been under resident micro business, whereas this year it become resident business, like a regular type change. So that's what picked up as new on a flag on my report. So the number I'd shown as new aren't necessarily new businesses, but could also include new category or difference from 2025.
Okay. We'll get them all in the same pile and point in the right direction. Okay.
Okay, very good. Just looking at there were actually no municipal sales that actually processed in Q1 of 26 here through the town. We do have a number of lots available on MLS right now posted for sale. A number of industrial, commercial, and residential lots as well. So they are out there for purchase. Reminding anyone that's listening. As well, just looking at the BCF concession, so that's the front area BCF that was previously taken up by a food service entity. We had put that out on MLS for a number of months here now to garner some interest in it. I think we got a few responses back, but nothing necessarily that aligned with what would fit within that area. So we just noted that it's been pulled from MLS right now. So we maybe want to have a little conversation with council upcoming here if there's any other ideas that council or the public were looking at for that area before we put it back out for another session of receiving applications.
Councilor Zawitsky.
Yeah, if I could comment on that. Ever since the BCF opened, we've been looking for some kind of a business to go into that area. And I think we've had, I want to say half a dozen, and none of them have ever been able to make it. So the suggestion that I had was, I know at the hospital, they're just in the process of putting in some new machines outside of the cafeteria. So there's a coffee machine and there's a Coke machine and there's a snack machine and I mean, in Japan, you have machines that you can get anything from running shoes to cake to beer to, you know what I mean? So I don't know if there will ever be a successful business in there. There's just not enough traffic, not enough people buying stuff in there. We've tried a whole bunch of different things. So that would be my suggestion. Put a bunch of machines in there and.
Councilor Zawitsky wants to buy new shoes out of a machine. No, actually, and something that we talked about here, we gave it a shot there with going through the realtor and that, but the youth starting their own businesses in there. I just actually had a suggestion here while we were at the at our strategic planning open house there. Yeah, we somebody suggested that we utilize that space as a for fundraisers. You know, when people when groups are going with fundraisers and that, it gives them a high visibility. I got an eyelash in my eye. But anyway, yeah, so we got that was a suggestion there, was utilizing that space for, you know, have them, they can sit there and you know, whether it's Girl Guide cookies or, you know, sending a group to, you know, Spain or wherever they went to here lately. I mean, those kind of groups could occupy that space and utilize it in that direction, and it's a good use of the space, right?
Yep.
We're not making a whole pile of money on it anyway, so why not use it, promote community through it, eh? So that's just my 2 cents.
Just to jump in, Your Worship, so back during budget deliberations, when we spoke about what to do with the space, that that was definitely the consensus of, let's try to lease it out. If it doesn't work, then administration, I think it would be a good community engagement opportunity for us to reach out and see what the needs are within the community. And I having a youth involved initiative in that space is, I think, something that's been near and dear to the heart of council. And maybe there could be an opportunity to partner with Community Futures and their Yeti program, or there's so many different ideas. So I think a little bit more brainstorming on our side to kind of nail down a few different options, and then create some sort of quick engagement opportunity with the community and see what community thinks.
All right. It's all good endeavors there for that space, you know, like it seems to be such a busy space there, you know, when there's somebody in there, it seems like it's always busy, but I guess it's just not that big money maker. So something like that, we can promote our own community and utilize it like that. It's a great idea. All right, tally ho.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you for that. So moving on, we're looking at development and investment. Just looking at our connections with our development community, both existing and potential. Looking at our connections on reach outs, we accomplished, our Regis department accomplished 9 investment attraction connections there, connected 16 local. You note there's a math error on that. It's actually 25 connections on that chart, not 26. But yeah, that was fairly consistent with what we've had in the last little bit here. Just for council's awareness, we are running a little bit lean in that department right now. Manager of economic development is covering a few things more than his original duties on ECDev. So you'll see some of these numbers, at least until we can fill those vacancies, a little bit light on the ECDev side, as we have more, unfortunately, higher priorities on the planning and development side. So. Okay, just tying that a little bit deeper into the development investment. So looking at what those actual connections were, they were 24% in person and 76% connected on virtual, either through phone or email, that sort of thing. Okay, now we'll look at the administrative activities on this. Just looking at the requirements that we do legislatively. We need to complete our safety codes audit, which is an annual audit that we do of our building and safety codes operations under the QMP. We looked at the residential development incentive amending bylaw, which was brought forward to council here, just reinforcing that STRs, the short-term rentals, are not eligible for that tax incentive. So that was what that was. We had the MPC member appointments as well this early part of the year. And just looking at the filming activity, there was one show, one filming. I'll let Reg actually speak to that. I don't mind.
If you recall, we sent a note to council with respect to the Netflix production from Korea that aired. And then with respect to issuing permits, we had one person come and take a look at scouting, but they elected to go to the two different counties. Oh, sorry, one county and work with the province on a location. So we didn't issue permits for that particular production because it was outside of our jurisdiction.
Very good. We'll continue on with development permit activity here. So unfortunately, we did not have the tracking for Q1 easily accessible on here. So you'll see for previous years. So we have 24, 25 total years, and you can see the development permits received. We're 9 for 26, compliance certificates were 5, and we actually had no enforcement notifications for the first part of this year. So as we move forward, you'll have more consistent numbers going forward for years future and even quarters future on that. Similarly, safety codes permits, we're looking at consistent of 14 for building, electrical, and gas. You can see the numbers there. So for Q1, we're estimating around $500,000 in building value for these applications that we've seen here. So looking comparatively, that might be a little bit light compared to years prior, but we will see how the summer construction season hits and see how many we get on that. So we do have some fairly large developments that are starting off this summer here. So we'll probably see a fairly good increase in that building permit value coming forward. So looking at some of our building planning and development statistics, we have, excuse me, the short-term rental renewals is at 58 for Q1 here. Just looking at our totals for 24 and 25, we had 56 in 24, 25 had 64 short-term rentals. So we max out at 120 in our allowance in our bylaws. So we still have a little bit of room there for potentials, but I think that's a pretty good start off for this year to have that many registered already. We had one municipal planning commission here. The subdivision application, it wasn't official, but that one that I had brought forward a little while ago here with that boundary readjustment will be a subdivision application that we'll see coming forward right away for the approval on that. And that's connected to that applications as well. And that is the Q1 report for the Recreation and Community Services Department. So we can.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that information. Councilor Zaritsky.
Yeah, thank you for the information. Things seem to be coming along. With the exception of the four-way stop, the old consortium site. I haven't heard anything about what's happening there. I've heard that there is a development and I don't see anything. And then also the old Elks site down the street here. Again, we hear that there's plans, there's development, and then we don't see anything happening. So I'm very pleased to see the old hospital site seems to be coming along. We're advancing on that. And I know you can't give me any specific details or whatever, but even give me assurances that things are working in the right direction for those other ones is what I'm looking for.
I suspect that's one. Yeah, through the chair to the committee. Again, on an individual project basis from a status update, I'd probably suggest going to close. But with respect to the old hospital, the developer obviously has asked us to join him next week. So we can be public about that for groundbreaking ceremony, and that's going quite well. To be continued on the updates on the other sites, but we have seen progress on a lot of construction projects in town. With respect to our housing strategy that we did with the previous council, we set a target of 20 units a year of new construction. And I think this will be our first year that we'll get real close to hitting it, if not exceeding it. So I can leave you with that. So.
Nope, Councilor McNeil.
Thank you very much. Just have a question for economic development. And I just recall from our budget deliberations that there was essentially an economic development strategy that was to be developed, and it was contingent on receiving funding, grant funding. So it would have been like a total of $80,000. And I just would like a status update on that, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, that has become public information on the NREDS grant site that it was awarded through the minister to the town of Drumheller. But we have not received permission from the province to send the exact content in our media release out yet. So that's been submitted for approval, and then once we receive that approval, we will be able to issue a full media release on the award.
That's great news. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Nothing else? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, guys. Yep. And can I get a motion for our, for that? Deputy Mayor Hardy.
Okay, I move that the Committee of the Whole accepts the 2026 first quarter report from the Recreation and Community Services Department as information.
Can I get a seconder? Councilor Miller, all in favor? Okay, motion carried. Thank you, guys. Okay. And, okay, I guess for 5.3.2 for the 2026 parade float schedule. Mr. Zier.
Thank you. All right, good evening, Your Worship and Council. My name is Mike Zier, Director of Community Recreation and Community Services. Today I'm presenting the potential parade float schedule for 2026. So just a little bit of a summary, the town of Drumheller had commissioned a community exhibit / parade float in 2024 to enhance the community engagement, tourism, and to promote the town as a travel destination. Affectionately named the Dino Drifter by the students, it had been used periodically last year for local community events and for participation in the Town of Drumheller Canada Day Parade. Administration is seeking direction from the committee to support attendance in select events outside of the town in 2026. So just as part of the discussion here, as communities increasingly compete for tourism dollars, investment and regional visibility, participation in high-profile public events becomes a cost-effective and engaging platform to promote Drumheller as a destination and community of choice. So these parades do attract large, diverse audiences that are often linked to community celebrations, these tourism weekends, and the provincial events. So by entering parades outside of Drumheller, the town can significantly expand its reach beyond traditional advertising channels. The town is investigating the logistics, for example, of entering the float in the 2026 Calgary Stampede Parade. This parade is considered one of the premier events in the country and regularly draws in-person crowds of 300,000 plus, with millions more watching online and through television broadcasting. Just some other suggestions that we'd like to propose are for the town to participate in the Hazara Summer Days Parade, which happens on June 20th, and the Strathmore Stampede Parade, which happens on August 1st every year. As the parade float will require assembly upon arrival and dismantle, prior to the transporting of each event, it is anticipated that 2 staff members would be required to attend each of these 3 parades. This staffing can be accommodated by BCF staff and fall within the regular working hours, knowing that the backfilling of these staff would be required to maintain the facility operations during this absence. The town of Drumheller owned towed vehicle would also be utilized for transportation of that float to and from, as well as throughout the parade. Just looking at some of the financial costs that we estimated for this, we're looking at the total attendance at these 3 parades to be $2,000 inclusive of both staff time and fuel and vehicle usage for that, all incorporated into the existing operating budget. So just looking at some of the strategic policy alignment, definitely pillar 3, we're looking at the celebrating our uniqueness. Drumheller's unique cultural, natural, and historic assets will be protected, promoted, and integrated into the community life and economic development. So definitely aligning with this initiative here. So the public participation strategy, I guess, would, I put NA, but it really would be the connection of our residents, both seeing the parade in different venues there as well, and just having a sense of pride, having that outside of the valley here, as well as showcasing it in a more regional stage, at least for now. So the recommendation for administration here is that the committee of the whole accepts the 2026 Town of Drumheller Parade float schedule as information. I've also suggested that if so choose, an alternate direction for the committee would be to accept the 2026 parade float schedule as information, as well as directing administration to provide a revised schedule for a future council meeting discussion.
Any questions? Anybody? Councilor Zariski.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of comments. First of all, it's wonderful that we're looking at going into some other parades. And I've always suggested to people, and the previous council generally kind of accepted the idea that this parade float is not just a parade float. It's basically a traveling Drumheller bulletin billboard. That it is incredibly good advertising for Drumheller. And the whole idea of going in parades is that lots of people will see this information and take pictures of it and spread on social media, etc. The other thing that we had talked about was, however, using it for special events, so that we would park it at special events. Latest example I would suggest is we had our town open house at the BCF, and we had the parade float out front on display so that people could look at it and take pictures in front of it and spread those through social media. So I'm just wondering what is the strategy for taking this traveling billboard around to community events? So I'm thinking, so we have the car show coming up. Are we going to be able to bring that float to the car show and put it somewhere? And again, there's going to be lots of people from out of town, and you get lots of people getting their picture taken in front of it and sharing it on social media. Just exceptionally good advertising. So I'm just wondering, in addition to the idea of it being a parade float, which is wonderful, and going to parades, which is great, what is the strategy going forward for displaying it at other events, and again, taking advantage of people taking pictures in front of it and sharing it on social media and getting a lot of good advertising out of it?
Thank you. Through the chair on that, really we had identified utilizing this parade in that manner as much as we can within the town boundaries here. One challenge I'd say is looking at the current structure of that float and knowing that we find a lot of younger folks like to climb all over it, and it is actually easily damageable. Unfortunately, there's not a real Okay, sorry. So yes, as far as the structure of it, we do need to have a staff member in attendance at all times on that as well, looking at dismantling and that sort of thing. So inside the valley, inside town boundaries, it's fairly straightforward. If we have staff working on that sort of day, we could align it with that. Taking it outside, we wouldn't be much different than this. We'd have to set up a schedule for staffing and that sort of thing. But definitely open to any ideas, the full extent of what council wants to do in this, that I can provide costing dependent on that.
Guess you know who that is. Councillor Clough.
Just adding on to Councillor Zariski's comments last year. It's funny, at the Fondo, I sat there and thought you could probably get 500 pictures right here and now. There's 1,500 riders, there's another 1,000 family. I do understand, yeah, that you do need to have it staffed, and just if we need to reflect that in this budget for those types of events, another one, yeah, just even the marathon, great opportunities for it.
Councillor McNeil.
Thank you. Certainly happy to see that the float will get some exposure. I'm certainly in agreement with that. I think it's excellent. I guess in my view, I think it would be really great if there could be some future where the town could partner with Travel Drumheller with respect to this float. Because when I think about marketing the community, that's really what Travel Drumheller is all about. And then these costs aren't just borne by our taxpayers. So that's something like the direction that I would really like to see for the future. I think there are so many fabulous opportunities that we have here in town. So I love the idea of the Grand Fondo and then as well the marathon. So to me, that makes good sense to see if we can have it on display for those larger events that are here.
Through the chair, just to comment on Travel Drumheller. Originally last year, I know administration did reach out to them to ask if they could take on a more active role with the circulation of the display, and they kindly said no. It was not within their mandate at the time. However, there was a recent new AGM, so I think it's a good opportunity to reach out to them again and engage.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Have a couple comments on this one as well. I agree with Councillor McNeil that as presented here, this is an initiative paid by taxpayers with no direct benefit to them. And I think council needs to make sure we stay in our lane. We're very fortunate to have Travel Drumheller and also Travel Alberta working to promote us as a tourist destination, and they do a fantastic job. As Councillor Zariski pointed out, we're third here in the province now with tourism numbers. And if they're the marketing specialists, and if they've said they don't want to do this, maybe we should be paying attention to that, because they're the ones who know best how to market a tourist destination. With respect to this being economic development, we're getting the economic development master plan done up right now. I would be very, very surprised if a recommendation on there is to take the Dino Drifter touring in the summer to parades. And I will humbly eat my words if it is, but I would be shocked. So I'd suggest maybe waiting for that before we move forward on this. We need to be discerning with the limited resources that we have when it comes to allocating them. And even though this initiative would be a lot of fun, for me, it doesn't make the cut.
Anything else? Councillor Kalafan.
I'll just note in those through the chair that the fact that we are the third largest, tourist destination. I believe that that is a direct investment to the community and the taxpayers.
All right. Yeah, no, that's, I agree. Your, photo op thing is definitely, you know, I can see it. Like you say, the Grand Pondo, the car show, you know, we use it at one end of, to block off the road. It's a great, I'm sure that'd be a great initiative over there. All these things that are close by and actually being away touring around with it is definitely a promo of the area. And the economic development is exposure. So, it would be something that would be, you know, properly planned, I guess, and executed, I guess, as long as we're managing ourselves. Anything else? Anybody else? Other than that, we get a motion on that. Councillor Kalafa.
I move that the committee of the whole accepts the 2026 Drumheller Parade float schedule as information.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Miller. All in favor? Okay. Motion carried. All right, so moving on to our rec master plan. Are you also captaining that one, Mr. Zier? Okay.
All right, thank you, Your Worship and Council. So before you, you see the briefing for the Recreation Master Plan document. So just a little background, this Town of Drumheller adopted this Rec Master Plan in June of 2023 to provide a roadmap for how the town will invest in facilities, programs, and overall service delivery over the next 10 plus years. This briefing is to provide council and the public with an update on the current status of initiatives identified in the plan, as well as confirming the prioritization of future programs and projects. So with that, I'll enter into thank you, the briefing here. So just looking at identifying what a rec master plan is. So this, like I mentioned, adopted in 2023, this long range planning document provided direction for the management and development of parks, recreation facilities, programming, infrastructure, resources, and ultimately investment. Looking at assessing the status of current parks and recreation and planning for a future that reflected the values and desires for the community. So that was taken directly from the Rec Master Plan as far as in the executive summary. So looking at the 20 plus horizon for this program, the Master Plan really just wants to identify prioritization, where we're putting our dollars going forward, what facilities we see as a high priority, where we want to provide capital replacements, as well as identifying if some of the existing recreation is lower down the priority list, because we do have finite resources for moving forward on everything on this list here. So this plan was adopted through, I spoke about that already. Sorry. Yeah, so we put forward a fairly intensive community engagement process with this plan back in 22, 23. The goals that were to come out of it were really to understand the current state of the parks and the recreation, identifying the priorities based on maximum community benefit, like I say, providing the guidance around the key issues and topics, and providing council and administration with long-term strategies for ultimate decision-making and resource allocation. So that intensive community engagement was held through residential surveys, stakeholder workshops, a fairly large community group questionnaire, where we actually brought community groups in and held workshops as well with that. The public open houses as well, incorporating a lot of sounding boards, a lot of different medias to get feedback from our residents on what they actually want to see in the community. It wasn't just an email survey, it was a lot of intensive boots on the ground engagement. So you can kind of see the results on here, how many responses we got, which is actually really good feedback from even the resident surveys. There are 147 youth surveys responded quite good. The whole intent I'm saying here is just to make sure that council's aware. I think we had a really sufficient engagement process on this. I think we got a really good flavor and temperature read of what the community wanted and where they wanted to see prioritization. So from that, we developed a set of service delivery objectives for the parks and recreation within the town. These objectives were put forward as 5 primary ones. They're really goalposts for the town that can use to guide the success of this program. So looking at these, we want to make sure they're accessible and inclusive, obviously financially sustainable, which is a huge part, not just in the construction of any new facilities or parks or that sort of thing, but actually the operations, which is actually a lot longer term cost than just the initial construction and then ultimately replacement. I want to make sure everything that was brought forward here was aligned with the needs of the community, collaborative and opportunistic. Those are our 5 guiding principles that we put forward in this rec master plan in speaking with the community. Excuse me. As well, there are key service delivery strategies developed. That's right, yeah. That were put forward. And again, these are a lot coming back from feedback from the community as well. So one of the strategies was to recommend the parks classification system, which was presented in the master plan. Examples of that are like identifying which of our parks would be deemed a destination park or a specialty park, community park. There's different parameters that they have to meet with each one of those. So implementation of that classification system was a recommendation. Looking at cost recovery targets and fees using a benefits-based approach. Not necessarily, I think the ultimate goal isn't with any recreation that, ultimate goal, but understanding that recreation is a community amenity and does play much like a lot of things within community service and recreation, plays to the overall benefit of the community. So looking at identifying what the cost recovery targets are and having council aware of those as they set rates and that sort of thing is primary. Not necessarily, I don't think the end goal is ever to reach or exceed that, but just to identify those in general. So, excuse me. As well, continuing to prioritize investment in children and youth. We do that already with a lot of our programming for the Aquaplex. A lot of things such as the Teen Swim and Camp BCF are initiatives that have been in place and already implemented after the adoption of this rec master plan. As well, ensuring staff are supported with the adequate training, looking at emerging trends and topics. So we encourage our staff to really not just look at what's trending in the industry, also consulting with a lot of their counterparts in other municipalities, see what works, what didn't work, finding the pilot projects that we may want to implement here. Really just expanding outside of our window here to see what's successful without necessarily implementing huge programs that may have not worked in other areas. So we really encourage that here at the town. Sorry. And again, if council has any questions on any of this, please stop me and I can clarify hopefully. Some of the other key strategies discussed in this were engaging with our regional municipalities on key infrastructure and topics. So you saw in my earlier presentation the connection with some of our adjacent neighbors and the usage of that, understanding that some of our replacements, some of our programming can provide connection with that, and there should be collaboration regardless on those. Not necessarily that we have to replace or build new infrastructure here without that commitment from others. I think we already know that they're going to be utilized, so to bring that into the conversation early is important, I think. One other thing that we are starting to look at here is starting off our formal joint use agreement. So those are basically agreements with the different school boards in the area for use of the facilities that they have already. Making sure that we fully utilize the gyms, the green spaces, all that sort of thing into a community benefit, not just school or town-led operations. So we're starting those conversations right now. Aligning the recreation and parks planning and initiatives with town and partner planning. So obviously Travel Drumheller, the destination plans, the DARP, the sports tourism that we talked about here, all these things collaborating together. That was one of the strategies that we're working on right now. One of the recommendations was to establish the sports committee, which was enacted last year, or I guess the end of 24 there. Just making sure that a lot of the organizations have a voice here and can share some of their initiatives with the group. And really, what I see a big benefit of this is the partnerships that are formed with these groups getting together and understanding the needs of each other and hopefully building that relationship that they can move forward with support by the town, but really focusing on that as a primary direction. So just a quick overview of our indoor facilities and spaces. So I listed them here. This is straight out of the rec master plan, understanding that both there's quite a few things missing from here that we have identified. I just want to show what the actual briefing of the rec master plan identified, and also acknowledging that some of these are outside of the town's jurisdiction to control and to dictate. So like the Royal Town Rally Museum, for example, there. But I just wanted to identify the potential listing of sites that could be utilized. So looking at the end recommendations on this, we talked about the service delivery strategies before. These are actually the indoor facility strategies that came out of the report. Number one was prioritize the replacement of that pool. Looking at the existing condition and remaining lifespan, the recommendation from the community was to prioritize that as a focus area. So I'll go through them here and we can talk about them if you like. So feasibility of the second sheet of ice over the next 10 years was also a primary focus area. I think the community's that's not a surprise. I think to anyone that's been in the community for a while is that the second sheet of ice has come up multiple times as a definite, I say, need in the community right now. So that reoccurred with the submission of this report. Looking at the land to support the curling club and working with neighboring jurisdictions. So that's again where I talk about the actual true need of the community and how much that spreads out into the adjacent municipalities for desire for the replacement of this curling arena that was dismantled a number of years ago. Looking at the long-term plan for the existing recreation hub. So looking at right now constructed 16 some years ago here, looking at life cycling of that, making sure that we have the capital replacement, starting the work on that existing hub, and then any improvements or expansions to that should be incorporated into this long-term plan. And all of these initiatives brought forward should stress a value towards meeting the children, youth, and seniors activities that really ensuring that the improvements or the replacements that we're proposing here do collaborate with the community members in those segments to make sure we're not we're staying aligned with their needs and desires. So just a graph schematic there showing where the priorities for the indoor investments fell, as you can see, and when I mentioned the indoor arenas and the ice arenas, the aquatic facilities were very close, and tied with that with the senior focus spacing. So, and then everything after that. Okay, I'll shift to outdoor facilities here, which was another big part of the rec master plan review. Just looking at the existing outdoor spaces there, like I mentioned before, these are definitely missing some that weren't even in existence when this report was done, and as well pointing to numerous ones that aren't within our jurisdiction. So looking at the key focus strategies on this, number one that came out of this was the focus on trails. People in the community really see a huge value in not only in the value of the trail system, but in the ease of use, in the relatively low cost for the recreational benefit that it comes of it. I think that's a huge win for the town here, and something that definitely needs to continue to be supported. Looking at recommendations, there was recommend for major park renewals, looking at short, medium, and long-term ones to ensure that the park system stays in good condition, that any improvements are done and actually scheduled and planned for. There was a recommendation to explore this outdoor parks and field sports complex. So I think that one, just understanding that this project is one of those longer term goals that were identified, both quantifying the need for it here as well as understanding how something like that structure would be funded and what sort of models would have to be incorporated into that, both for the construction as well as the long-term maintenance of that sort of thing. So that was a recommendation in the outdoor strategies. There was a recommendation for the pickleball 8+ court facility to be modeled in the future here. I think one of the recommendations that came out of that with this is it's basically further monitoring of outdoor pickleball needs is required before dedicated courts are developed. Dedicated courts, if developed in the future, should be provided no less than an 8-court hub to support optimal program and drop-in use. So that was a recommendation and a strong feel from the community that this would be beneficial. Looking at the support pump track, there's definitely something that the town is engaged in right now. You've seen the presentation from Badlands Trail Society. We're actively working with them to move forward on this initiative this year. So that one is something that is on the go as we speak. The dedicated dog park for long-term usage there. We had a smaller segment that was developed here. Still really just analyzing that use and the desire for the community to either expand that or to look at another facility in a different area. So something that's on our radar, but not necessarily on near the top of the priority. It's further down the priority list for that. And consistent feedback on the community engagement was to not replace the outdoor portion of that pool as part of the replacement of the pool project, which isn't a surprise in really in any replacement strategies for pools in this province. It was something that has gone away from a lot of the future planning for these facilities, knowing the costs, the obvious restrictions we have on usage throughout the years. So it's not a financially viable decision to put those into the future planning. So not a surprise to see that in the report. So yeah, just a graph schematic here identifying what I just spoke about here with the trails being the top priority, looking at barbecue areas and playgrounds and ball diamonds, that sort of thing being fairly high on the list as well. So just a couple of more points here, looking at some other areas that were identified in this report. The functional condition assessment. So this was a high-level condition assessment that was done on both the aquaplex and the arena, just identifying key problem areas in there, looking at a strategy around replacement. Initial findings on that were basically that the repair and replacement of the aquaplex is imminent. Looking at the envelope issues that we have there, it all falls within a condition rating index there, and this was fairly low, basically pointing out that this is a replacement, not a repair. Going forward on that, so we can hobble it along a little bit longer, but that will ultimately have a life cycle end to that facility. And so, yeah, just the short-term fixes on that would be the 8.1 million for any sort of repair on that, but that exceeds what the value of that building would be as opposed to the full replacement of that. And then the Memorial Arena actually rated a fair amount higher, still within the realm of not too far in the future replacement, but it does have a higher value in the condition assessment there. We look at 6.2 as the replacement costs for, the repair and replacement of key essential parts in there. But again, looking at expansion on that may take those into account as well, something that council can consider in their future planning here. And just finally, to look at some of the opportunities as we report. None of these are in the report, just kind of things that council's talked about and we've brought forward as maybe potential initiatives for council to consider. Looking at the ensuring basically that adequate recreation funding is received from the benefiting areas, which would incorporate the regional municipalities that surround us as well, the ones that we know utilize these sites and don't necessarily pay towards the capital replacement of them. So definitely conversations, I think, and I know council is starting those conversations right now, but this is a key item that is fairly commonplace within many urban municipalities. So I think definitely an opportunity that this municipality could enact and go forward on. As well, some options that council can consider looking at naming rights for these facilities is a commonplace, again, practice in the province and truly is a good revenue generator for the organizations that take that on. There's a little bit of controversy, I think, on just ensuring the alignment with the company values and that sort of thing, but not something that hasn't been done 100 times already in this province. So definitely an opportunity for some increased revenue for the town here to help support these existing facilities or new ones. Just looking at the lease agreement with the Dragons, just identifying different variables in that. We have a very firm lease agreement right now with the next couple of years with the Dragons. So this is something for the future as we start looking to renew that as well. Just making sure we take a look into that. This one is more for private industries. This community facility enhancement program put forward is not for municipalities to apply for, but it is for community groups and organizations that have the opportunity. Identify that the program has been slashed quite a bit this budget year from 50 to 25 million, and there's a lot of groups looking for that 25 million. So pretty highly competitive on that already. And then just identifying the capital replacement plans for these programs, regardless of current condition or that sort of thing. They all tying back to our asset management program, really identifying the future needs of these and making sure we start allocating significant funds towards them. That is my overview of the recreation master plan. If council has any questions for me, I may be able to answer them.
Questions, anybody? Councilor McNeil?
I just have a quick question for you. I recall back in December, early January, we did a survey with Travel Drumheller, and I looked it up and found the details on it, and it was about sport hosting in Drumheller. And so I'm quite interested in the survey results of that. But I think about one of your slides referred to, partnering with Travel Drumheller and the other groups. And so I think there's definitely potential, from the findings of that survey. And that certainly would tie in, of course, with the communities in the surrounding area as well. So something for you to also consider.
Thank you. And through the chair, just to respond on that, I understand that we do have a bit of a briefing coming forward in the next month here from that report. So same with us, we're very excited to see the end results on it. So.
What it is, it's the airport. You're announcing your flight, which gate to go to. I finally got it. All right, Councilor Zrisky.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm not going to speak about pickleball. Pickleball is, I think, doing very well, and it's going to kind of take care of itself. I can envision in the next 5 years the pickleball club coming before council and looking at the possibility of building some new courts and coming with some significant money to put into the pot. So I think pickleball's on the up and up, and it'll do just fine. What I would like to talk about, however, are the trails. Given that we went to a lot of time and energy to develop this recreation master plan, it was one of the most comprehensive, I think, surveys and studies that I can remember being on council. And it continually comes back with the priority and the information that trails are absolutely the most significant infrastructure for recreation that we have in the valley. Under the detailed scoring, they scored all sorts of different types of things, and trails rated number 73. The next closest on the list was 61, and that was barbecue and picnic areas, park shelters. Playgrounds was 58.5. So trails, absolutely. Prioritization was number one in the outdoor facility strategies as well. So what I'm getting at is, I think I'm a little disappointed that we are not doing much or anything in the way of improving our trail system or in 2026. I am certainly hoping that this will be a priority in 2027 because, as I say, the trails are I mean, they're very cost effective. They're 4-season infrastructure that can be used, and I'm even thinking, I mean, they don't necessarily have to be that expensive. I was on a trail on Vancouver Island a couple of years ago, and they basically had a QR code sign that said, if you are enjoying this trail, it does cost X amount of dollars for upkeep and maintenance. Please donate. So I mean, there's no reason why we can't, through our hotspot, whatever parking thing that we have, maybe expand that and at the trail stations have a QR code saying, if you're enjoying these benches, that were carved by the carvers, these cost money, give us a donation. So I'm just kind of putting in a plug that, we, we are not doing anything really in 2026 with trails, which to me is kind of a step backward. I certainly hope in 2027 that we will pick that up and continue the vision of a paved trail all the way from the museum all the way to the Atlas coal mine. That was the original vision, and it could be I mean the most impressive trail system in all of Alberta if we get it done properly. So just putting in a plug for the trails, and hopefully we can. If we're not going to do anything in 2026, we'll at least get on it in 2027.
Thank you, Tom. Okay.
Through the chair, just to comment on that just a little bit. So we do have some things going on in 2026 on the capital side. Just the finalization and the continuation of our capital plan to finish off Rails to Trails and the donation wall that'll be coming up here shortly at the main station as well. The directional signage will be coming up here shortly over the next month or so once we finalize that. So there is in the works a planned ribbon cutting event over the next, the date hasn't been identified just yet, but that will be coming up here shortly. As well, I do want to comment that on the operational side, although there isn't any new infrastructure or new paving going on at this time, there is the operational maintenance that is going on all of our trail systems on Rails to Trails. Our teams do spend quite a bit of time sweeping them, clearing them in the summer and the winter. So there is maintenance going on, but not directly enhancement or further development of them at this time. Thank you.
Anybody else got anything else to put in there? Councillor Kalafa.
Just looking at the recommended motion here, all projects related to be presented as part of the 2027 5-year capital plan. I would be supportive of that, although I think one of the things that we need to consider is that this is a 2023 plan, and if we do look at each of those individual items, we will have to base them on their own merit. Since 2023, we've added 10 kilometers of trail. One of the items on here was the climbing wall. We're well in the process of that. Again, we mentioned that the curling rink is gone. I don't know where that falls in priorities now, if there's not an association that can really champion it. So I think even if we do put these all on there, that each individual thing as we come to them, we need to consider on their own merits.
Okay, thanks for bringing that up. There's a few things in there. I see on your, I see you got what was it, 769 responses. That's pretty good. But, I find it amazing that you go around town and I get, well, I get accosted by people over things and soccer, football, and rugby. I see like zero almost in here. And then I look on it and I see, oh, I found it there. It was 10% of the thing. But I'm just like, how is that mentioned so little when it seems to be such a large to me when I go out in public, I get it's talked about a lot. So I don't understand how, like, were the responses on the survey, were they you fill it in or was it check off? That's what I would ask about this because, like I say, I get I get talked to about soccer, I get talked to about football, I get talked to about rugby, and even as much as the cricket. The cricket, I don't see it there on there anywhere either. And like I say, these are issues that come up a lot, and they are, I won't say emerging, they're definitely growing like hugely. All, soccer, football, well, soccer and rugby and actually cricket are actually growing. If you go to the big cities, I mean, they're growing in the 20 to 30% range. And we're not even recognizing them. It's 10% of the respondents here. Councillor Zritsky?
Yeah, just to comment on that, I guess from my experience, and I've been on many of the sports organizations and coached many sports over the years, and what seems to happen is that a lot of these sports are cyclical. That you will get a person with a family, and I'll give you an example. A number of years ago, Ian Jones two sons wanted to play soccer. And so he and his wife Kathy literally started the Drumheller Soccer Association, right? There wasn't a soccer association, so they started it. And we had lots and lots and lots and lots of kids playing soccer, to the point where we got the town to dedicate some land in the industrial area that wasn't being used for the soccer fields. Well, since then, and then Nick Soretta came along, and you know there was a lot of interest, and then it just kind of fell over because these kids got older. The parents weren't interested anymore, and so for a while there was a real lull in soccer. Recently, I think there's a few people who have kind of picked up that torch, and now it's starting to build. Just as recently as 5 years ago, I would say baseball was the number one lobby to council. Absolutely. There's not enough baseball diamonds. We need way more baseball. We've got this team and this team and this team. And right now, guess what? Those kids have grown up. Those parents are not necessarily lobbying. So I would say baseball right now is not nearly as active as it was 5 years ago. A perfect example, of course, you look at the BCF. You look at the BCF field house. You know what the number one sport was when that field house was built, that the field house was built for? Indoor lacrosse. Okay. Have we got any indoor lacrosse in Drumheller right now? Not that I know of. It was very popular. There were parents who were lobbying, and at that time it was a big deal, and then it fell off to virtually nothing. So it's really hard to keep up with, you know, facilities when you have this kind of a situation. You know, you put a whole bunch of money into this and it's good for now, and then the kids grow up, and then all of a sudden now we don't need it, and that's just the way it is. So right now, if soccer is building, then you know that's something we have to pay attention to. Obviously, rugby. I haven't heard an awful lot about rugby. We started the football program a number of years ago, and that's continued momentum and building. We got, you know, 3 different levels of teams playing now. So it is just the way it is. You get a champion out there that wants this particular sport, and they get other people involved and other kids involved and other families involved, and now it's a big thing in the community, and we need that facility. And then again, as soon as those kids grow out of it, all of a sudden it can drop off. So it's a bit of a conundrum. You know, you don't know what to build right this minute that is going to be sustained over a number of years. You can just kind of guess a little bit, and so I think that's what you're getting right now.
Yeah, I just find it amazing with so many responses that there was so little uh, with those 3, especially. So, all right. Do we get a motion on here already? No. Can I get someone to make a motion on it then? Unless there's more discussion. Councillor Kalafa.
I move that the committee of the whole accepts the Recreation Master Plan briefing report as information and recommends to council that all projects related to the Recreation Master Plan be presented as part of the 2027 5-year capital plan.
Thank you for that. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Zrisky. All in favor? Okay. All in favor? Motion carried. All right. So onward. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zier. All right. And then on to our emergency and protective services. Mr. Peters. And Mr. Rosario.
My name is Greg Peters, Protective Services Director, Town of Drumheller. With me is our Fire Chief, Darian Rosario. We're here to present our first quarter report for our department. The report delivers information on our operations and work for that period, some statistics, and any emerging trends in our work. We believe this satisfies pillar number 1, strategic policy in supporting municipal services. Our work therefore allows other services and the town itself to be sustainable, predictable, transparent, and supported. by long-term planning. Bear with me here. I'll first go municipal enforcement. If you look at the pie chart, you will see, oh, thanks, Darian, thanks. You will see one with 334 total occurrences in that period. The lion's share was related to snow and snow removal. A variety of other issues, complaints, incidents we've either had a call about or an email or been self-generated by an officer. The next one is how our services are requested. These numbers will not automatically pair up with the numbers above because sometimes a call will lead us to 3 or 4 other matters that we will end up investigating as a result of one call. For example, we may attend a place on a complaint of snow or complaint of something else and then see an animal or some other issue that we need address at that time. Charges and enforcement action during that time. Enforcement officers laid 66 charges. We've dealt with some town bylaw convention remedies, and a great deal of this is because of the season, of course, with snow removal and compliance with that policy. The municipal manager and myself have completed drafts of several new policies, in the list included below. We've also completed a first draft of the controlled parking bylaw and traffic amending bylaw, which council reviewed last week. We have hired our seasonals for the year, 2 enforcement officers, to be in the community, and 2 parking attendants for working at the hoodoos. Council passed our new safety policy March 3rd. It's very important for our operations, and I'm currently working on the action plan from last year's audit to shore up some deficiencies. We did well on the audit, however, there are there's always something that can need work. April sees our completion of high-risk facility inspections of the town facilities, and we held 2 safety meetings during that time. I'll now ask the chief to address fire services during the first quarter. Darian.
Good afternoon, committee chair. So, quarter 1 in fire services. So we responded to 67 total incidents. That's about a response about every one about 1.3 days or so. It's a little quieter, if I dare use the quiet word, in the Q1. And you also see that our false alarms are quite high during this time. They're at 61% of our total volume. It's historically it's been that way because we're kind of all cooped up during that first quarter. It's cold out, snowy, lots of alarms go off. And then our next ones after that are medical calls, about 17%, and then motor vehicle collisions are 12. So what we should see, if historicals bear out, as we go into Q2 and Q3, that alarm volume will come down and the other outdoor activities will go up as we have more people out moving around and we have more visitors to the valley. Fire service invoicing, year to date in that first quarter was about 7,000. Our budget is expecting about $70,000 this year. So again, our fire alarm billing, everybody gets one free one as we go through. So those habitual people that have multiple alarms will start billing for in Q2, Q3. So you're going to start seeing that revenue number come up, and we can typically see an increase in motor vehicle collisions as well because of the influx of visitors to the valley as well. Really good news. Starting here in January, we had 3 new firefighters added in the first quarter. 2 will be working out of Station 1 here in downtown Drum, and 1 out of East Cooley. Their training's commenced, and hopefully by about July, they'll be cut loose and they'll be firefighters and over their probationary period. This was really exciting for me. A visit to the provincial legislature in March. I was one of 12 fire chiefs asked to be join the other the AFCA, or Alberta Fire Chiefs Association, at the legislature. We did some advocacy works for provincial issues that are affecting the fire service. One of them is reinvigorating the slow to 60 campaign. If we remember that, all adjacent lanes, when you see any emergency services working, you're supposed to slow down to 60 kilometers per hour. Excuse me, 60 kilometers per hour in that adjacent lane. It's a very important. Actually, last year, early in the year, a Bassano firefighter was struck on Highway 1. That firefighter will never work as a firefighter again, and has actually had to move in with their family, and their family is they're going to be that lady's caregiver for the rest of her life. So, such an important thing. Volunteer recruitment and retention. One of the things that the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs was able to get a tax deduction for volunteer firefighters raised from $3,000 to $6,000. So we were advocating for the provincial government to do the same on provincial taxes. So this is another tool in our toolbox for recruitment and retention of firefighters. So the 6,000 federally, and then another 6,000 provincially. The final one was we're advocating for some retirement changes from assistance that, from the province, from the government, to talk to retirement vendors, LAPP, for example, and lowering fire chiefs and fire officers that are working in the trade down from an 85 factor down to an 80 factor. This would be similar to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and other metros. It is very much a high impact trade. As we grow up through the trade, we are putting ourselves in toxic environments on a regular basis, and we still carry a bunch of that stress and that body damage with us into our older ages. So that was the three things we really did advocate during that. Did you want me to speak to this one as well? Oh, go ahead. Sure. Yeah. So myself and Enforcement Manager Kerr attended a day-and-a-half seminar in Nehill County about AFRAX, the Alberta First Responders Radio Communication System. So the crux of that was interoperability. As we talked with AHS, how we can talk to them through the AFRAX system. As this council knows, that has been approved as one of our capital budget items, and we are moving forward with that AFRAX. Very, very informative for us as we move forward into the AFRAX system. I'll give that one back to you.
Rendering the flood season, Alberta dates that May 15th to July 15th. Myself, I've attended several online briefings, and we get everyday Provincial Operations Center updates. We monitor various sources, weather, groundwater, snowpack, to see where we, and it's very difficult to prognosticate where we end up, but I think there's another one tomorrow, in fact, that I'm on, another one of these briefings. So if anything was to emerge or develop, I would apprise the CIO immediately, and we'll assess things from there. Yes, and that's the end of our quarterly report. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. Anybody got any questions? Any input there? Councilor Zarisky.
Yeah, one of the things our Drumheller Standing Committee on Health is working on right now is we have been hearing concerns about ambulance service in Drumheller. And I'm just wondering if you could give us an estimate on how many calls that the fire department gets that are basically medical first response calls that are not necessarily fire related that you guys have to go to because an ambulance is not available. Any idea?
So just for clarity, we respond to only the most critical of cases, and that's a Delta and Echo type. We don't go to the Alpha, the Bravos, the Charlies. There's typical lower impact or lower acuity for the patient. Those Delta and Echoes, we are just about equal between co-response, where we're going to that Delta and Echo. When we're doing first response, that's in a 15-minute delay for an ambulance to be on scene. We have had about 6 of those this year, if I remember correctly, so far. So there are gaps in the system. Typically, we're seeing, when we are in that first response situation, we're seeing delays of 45 to 55 minutes for an ambulance to arrive. It's coming from Three Hills or Hannah, basically, in those cases.
So there seems to be an issue with ambulance service still, in your opinion?
The medical first response issue is a continually ongoing. It's rare to, it's been with us for quite some time. It's been with us since I've come to the Valley. And from other jurisdictions where I have worked, there is also a medical first response issue. The good thing about the first response that we're doing is we are giving that patient care. They're not waiting alone.
Thank you for that. Anybody else? Any other things to add? That 60K is an important one to recall when you're going past any kind of, even tow trucks. On the way in this morning, there was a tow truck on the side of the road. And as much as he was hanging way out in the lane, that's our job to slow down, right? It's our job to, because as first responders are working away, or the police are talking to, or whatever the situation is, they're not necessarily paying attention, or they're say in shock, or they're whatever the situation is. They may not be paying enough attention either. So that's why you slow down to 60, so you can respond and be able to avoid whatever steps out from the side of the road. So that was a great advocacy, you guys there in Edmonton. All those pieces were. Read on. Anybody else? Anything else? None? None seeing? Okay, so can I get someone make a motion over here then? Councillor McNeil.
Thank you. I move that the Committee of the Whole accepts the 2026 first quarter report from the Emergency and Protective Services Department as information.
Thank you for that. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Miller. Thank you. All right. All in favor? All in favor. Motion carried. Okay, so now on to our fire services review action plan. Is that yours?
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll just continue. In an effort to ensure we are providing current and valuable service to the town of Drumheller, a firm was contracted to come in last year and do a fire service review of our organization. The department has come a long way with the hiring of Darian as our first full-time fire chief. This comprehensive report produced last year was shared with the previous council, and now these outcomes are shared with you for your review and consideration. It goes without saying the fire department is an essential public service, helping to make our town a safe place to work and live. Services provided are essential in responding to a variety of situations, fire, rescue, variety of emergency situations, fire prevention work that can be done, some public education, time permitting, and always it hangs in the balance of responding to a life-threatening emergency or medical situation to support our first responding partners in the ambulance service. Through the various chiefs, the town has endeavored to provide a competent service through the commitment and hard work of the on-call firefighter base in our community. In the world, it goes without saying again, in the emergency response world where the costs are continually increasing, we seek to use every dollar allotted to us as effectively as possible find efficiencies anywhere to improve our practices as economically and to continue as safely as possible. This report outlines financial considerations as well and projections for next year and subsequent years. Anything for the upcoming 2027 budget, will be addressed in capital operating budget for that year. We believe this satisfies Pillar 2 of strategic policy alignment, a healthy and thriving community, delivering infrastructure, services, and partnerships that support health, safety, mobility, and recreation, and overall quality of life for all. I'll start off here. 2025, a review of the fire department was put out for bid, and the company, after much work chosen, was Firewise Consulting. Out of that report, their professionals came to town and conducted their review. 24 recommendations were provided, and they go listed below as follows. Chief, would you like to comment?
Sure. First, I'll clear up a little discrepancy. In the RFD, it says 25 recommendations. We actually have 24. So I just wanted to make sure we have that clarity. So as we come out of that, occupational health and safety is one of the biggest guiding things for all of our services within, not only fire services, but infrastructure and everyone else. We have to be very responsible to it. So there are 4 basic tenets of occupational health and safety that really affect what some of the recommendations that come into that report. So occupational health and safety, those 4 tenets are a levels of service document. That levels of service document is a council document, either in policy or bylaw, that describes what the fire services are going to do or what services they're going to provide to the community, what jobs. The second one is standard operating guidelines or operating procedures. So we have the jobs with the levels of service, the standard operating guidelines tell us how we're going to do those jobs. The third one, I should say, is the competent worker. Occupational health and safety describes a competent worker as someone who is adequately trained with sufficient experience that can work with little or no supervision. So as we build through, we've got the jobs, how we're going to do them, we've got the trained person. The final portion of that is an accountability system. So when we have our firefighters at an incident, so the incident commander can now understand, know where their firefighters are at any given time doing their tasks to mitigate the incident. So those are the 4 basic tenets. We're going to see these come through in the recommendations. And it's as part of as critical as buying new fire trucks, us being compliant with this. So the recommendations are grouped into 6 categories, and if it would please the committee and the chair, I'll stop at the end of each one of the categories for questions and answers at that point. So each of the recommendations has a timeline. That timeline was given to us by the consulting company Firewise. We also are going to provide the responsible party, and costs are broken down into personnel hours, operational costs, and capital expenses. So the first 3 are administrative. That's when we're talking about personnel hours to take care of some of these recommendations. Of course, capital cost is capital cost, where we have to buy new equipment. Operational costs are some of these costs that will be ongoing if implemented at council's discretion. The 4th one is the recommendation would require additional staffing. Number 5 is cannot be completed as we are currently configured. There is only one of those, and I'll discuss that when we get there. And of course, since we've had this for a while, we've been working away on it. We do have some completed recommendations. As I speak about each one of the recommendations, I will give you a bit of a timeline or how much completion that we have done on them, and we'll get right into it. So, administrative recommendations. So, fire department levels of service, this timeline was 0 to 6 months. Administrative time of about 30 hours. People responsible for this is myself, Director Peters, and our lovely CAO. Which really, it's good news that I can give on this, excuse me, that we are 90% complete. The levels of service document is completed. It is at senior leadership. It has been moved up to ledge services for their review, and hopefully we'll have that out to you in a fairly timely manner. The second one is standard operating guidelines. Again, this is another 0 to 6 months. And again, this is another one of those that directly relates back to occupational health and safety. Admin time, about 80 hours. This one's a pretty good lift. Responsible parties is yours truly and our fire officers. I'm happy to report that these are 95% done. They have been all reviewed, tabulated, fixed up, cleaned up, and ready to be taken to the firefighters and introduced to the firefighters. The only thing that I would say on these standard operating guidelines, as I discussed before, they are how we do the job. If council in the levels of service document chooses to change some of those services or add services, that is something that we will have to adjust our standard operating procedures to do. Mutual aid agreements is the third one. This is a 6 to 18 months. This is a pretty good lift as well. It's going to take at least 60 hours, and that depends on negotiations because we're going to be, our CAO is involved, our director, myself, and other municipalities as we talk to them. And because this one comes out of our fee-for-service agreements with Nehill and Starland County are very dated, and they do need to be done. And we should have a stronger and more modern mutual aid agreements with Wheatland County special areas as well. The next one is critical task assessment and dispatch protocols. So this is when we go through all the work that we do and how we do it, how we interact with dispatch and how dispatch interacts with us. So these are actually covered in the standard operating guidelines. Once we get those flushed out to our firefighters, they can also be handed over to our dispatchers in Red Deer, and then that is also covered off. So the next one in there is the firefighter training program. It's been looked at. It hasn't been started yet. This is another 0 to 12 months. It is another big lift. It's about 80 hours of administration time. And that would be myself and the fire officers in the fire department actually going through this and building that training program. So to ensure that we have the competent worker. Correct. So we know we have that firefighter trained and competent to be able to do the jobs we ask them to do. I have not really pushed on this one yet because the standard operating guidelines, how we do the job, and the fire department levels of service, once those are nailed down, this can really be taken on and blossom. That being said, the probationary firefighter program, how we onboard and how we train those firefighters to the point where we feel they can be safely operate on the fire ground on their own to a certain degree, that is done. So there is pieces of that already, those components already completed and in place. The next one, firefighter recruitment and retention program. Again, this is a 0 to 12 month program. Again, a pretty good lift again, about 40 hours. Responsible parties are the fire chief, director, and HR manager. So as we recruit, our new recruits that we did bring on, we brought them on through a whole new recruitment program. How we recruit, how we advertise for it, how we interview for those positions, and how we award those positions to those firefighters. That was done. Within the SOPs, or SOGs, I should say, the standard operating guidelines, we do have within their awards and recognition policy, and also a retirement policy, how we take care of our people as they retire as well. So that recruitment and retention program is building out, and part of that advocacy again and working with the province for that tax relief, another tool in our toolbox. So more administrative recommendations. We got a few to go through tonight. So capital replacement plan, 12 to 18 months. This isn't too bad. This is about 6 hours. This is the fire chief, Director Peters, and finance manager, Mr. Town. So some of these get global. We started touching into other departments as we go through. So this is building out our capital plan beyond that 10 years through that 25. Unfortunately, all our fire equipment, our firefighting equipment is very expensive, and a lot of it does have a best before date, and it will time out where it has to be replaced. Asset management plan, 6 to 18 months, min time about 80 hours. This is making sure we take care of everything and getting it on place.
We're just saying that some of the firefighters are aging out quicker than their equipment.
I believe you all signed your contracts in blood, so there's no going. Excuse me. About 80 hours, and responsible as fire chief, fire officers, and directors for that asset management plan, along with the global asset management plan that's being brought online by the town. So we have to plug all our equipment in there, and away we go. And then we're cohesive as in part of all the rest of the town as well. The last administrative recommendation is regional fire services model. This is 48 to 60 months out, so we're talking 4 or 5 years from now to go after this. It's the fire chief, director, CAO, and other municipalities once again. Regional fire services models, there are as many examples of failure as there is ones that excel. They take careful consideration and careful crafting. They can be done through contract, and they can be done by forming a commission, which is basically a quasi-municipality. And that's one that we can definitely look at and have further discussions with and about if we wish to look at going forward with these. Some will say that they save money. It's my experience that they don't save as much money as it's said to do. I have worked in a regional fire service model, the one in Smoky River years ago. It's been existing for 20 years. It's one of the first ones that was out the door, and it's actually working very well. So, and that is the end of administrative.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I'm just going to point out that there's a number of these administrative recommendations that actually correlate with our strategic plan action items. For example, our review of our HR program, that kind of correlates along the same lines of considering the recommendation here for some sort of recognition and award policy. So that flows into this. Our conversations around instituting our asset management program and doing state of the infrastructure reports, those include our fire services department and our capital replacement plan. So there's a number of things that are aligning with the direction of council from the administrative side.
Councillor Kalafa.
I'm very interested for you to continue this report and hear the recommendations, but I am questioning, you said the previous council had seen this report, but this council has not. The actual document, is the document as a completed report, a public document that can be, that the Firewise one can be seen by this council prior to making these?
No, we can produce a copy for council.
I just, I'm interested in hearing the recommendations, but I think that it's important that this council see the actual report rather than just take the recommendations on face value, putting them into a capital plan. So, but please continue.
Anybody else? I know, what you're building there and how all those things work together. It's all important work to put all this stuff into place to quantify all these things. And it's all about, tracking your stuff and having a path to follow if something does happen. You have a traceability and all that and that's what you're building here is with all these recommendations. It's telling you how to build an effective, not only are you looking at obsolescence and looking forward towards that, but you're also looking at, your manpower, your checks and balances, that your guys are properly trained on all the different equipment that's out there. And this is all just a way to track it. So, I mean, it's a painful step that you have to do, but it's a step that needs to happen. So, anybody else? Nothing else? Carry on.
Okay. So capital recommendations. So, radio communication system, was a 36 to 60 months, about $300,000. Myself and Director Peters are responsible for this. We did put this through as a, capital budget request last year, and council did approve it. And we are moving ahead with our radio replacement program, and all radios that the fire department will be new, remodernized, and be able to go. I am hoping, if everything, if all the stars align correctly, we'll be on, we'll have that radio system online for September. Replacement of fire engine 3, 18 to 36 months. This is the big ticket item, $1.4 million. The fire chief and Director Peters once again. If approved, the current plan is, if approved, we will purchase a new engine if council approves. And the current engine in Station 1 will be then moved out to Station 3. Station 3 is a less frequent station, but the engine will have about 13 years of service life left, so it can go out there, and the high frequency work can be now taken over by the new engine here in Drumheller, and then we will be compliant with the underwriters, fire insurance underwriters as well. Fire insurance underwriters recommends that trucks only be in service for 20 years, not even as long as some of our firefighters. We can get an extension to 25 years in a frontline mode. After that, they can only be in a secondary response or a reserve capacity. The current fire engine out in Station 3 is 31 years old, soon to be 32. So it's timed out. The next capital recommendation is a hazard identification and risk assessment. This is a timeline of 24 to 36 months. This is $125,000 to $175,000. This would include all directors, the CAO, fire chief, emergency management, town organizations, Travel Red Drum, for example, and an outside contractor. This is another one of those projects that goes out, and it's not only in fire services, but it goes throughout our community. So when we do engage a contractor to do this, they'll be looking at us as a whole unit. Not only our industrial capacity, our infrastructure, fire services, emergency management, how all our visitors affect how we are in the valley, everything right down to, we have 6 ways out of the valley and 5 of them are uphill. Fire station upkeep and maintenance, 0 to 24 months, $15,000. That's fire chief and the fire department. So back in 2023, there was a study done on stations 2 and 3 in Rosedale and East Cooley. Those buildings were found to be structurally sound and in good condition. That report did recommend doing some modernizations. But at this time, they meet code of the day and most of the work that they're doing out of those buildings. So unless we do substantial renovations, some of those recommendations out of those aren't done. What we really do have an issue with is storage. None of the buildings have adequate storage. In Station 1, we have fire fit equipment, we have public education equipment, all sitting kind of in between the trucks and the bays. So that $15,000 is a capital item for next year for outside storage, basically some cold storage sheds out adjacent to the fire halls. And that's it for capital.
Will engine 1 fit in East Cooley?
That is another problem that we may run across. There has been a continual budget request for the last couple of years to raise the doors in Station 3 because we are out of height. Unfortunately, when the MD of Badlands or the MD, got funding for that. That was a federal grant, and they also got the building and how it was going to be built, and it is a metric building. So a little bit of fun facts there.
Okay. I'm glad you cleared up that was 15,000 on the bottom, cause it's got a little comma on there. It's like, that 15 million? Anybody else got any questions on them? The radios are able to communicate with the police and, to AHS. Is that what you were saying there earlier?
It's probably going to be very difficult for us to talk with our police services, our own protective services, our own bylaw. Yes, we definitely can. When it comes to the RCMP, all their channels are encrypted, and we aren't privy to those encryption protocols. There are some talk groups that we can go on to with AHS and talk directly with those medic units that are responding.
So that'll be a big value for the fire service.
Absolutely.
Anyone else? I don't see any more questions, so can I get a motion?
Oh, there's some more.
Oh, what's that?
Unfortunately, I'm not done yet.
Oh, wait, there's more.
Oh, wait, there's more. Oh, wait, there's more. As we go into the operational recommendations. So, record management, one of the recommendations was, zero and ongoing. This is about $1,500 a year for another module in our records management software. They're recommending that we move into doing some more records management, putting our inspection and so on, and our assets into the record management software. We just brought it online last year. We're getting more familiar with it. The training module will be brought online this year as well. So as we go through, we are improving that records management through the software base. We're no longer spreadsheet based all the time. The other one is assigned crews and duty officer rotation. This is a 12 to 24 months, about $8,000 worth of operational ongoing costs. That's the fire chief, director, and HR manager. So when they talk about assigned crew is where we're actually really talking about station one, because it is the high frequency station out of all three stations, and dividing the crew in two and having those low acuity incidents, alarm calls, medical calls, not alerting the entire staff. This was broached before the review was completed. There did come up against some significant resistance internally. The second part of that is duty officer rotation. So part of that is another policy, as a firefighter remuneration policy, is to actually pay the other firefighters for taking that on-call status, giving them a little bit of a boost to take that radio for 24 hours and be the person in charge for a while. That's the on-call duty officer. That duty officer, their primary job, if there is an incident, is to get their hands wrapped around it, understand what the incident is, and make sure we're having a response to that incident. The fire underwriters survey. This is 24 to 36 months. So this is where fire underwriters will actually come out and they will look at our fire departments. They will look at our water system, our response times. They will heat map meaning where the majority of the calls are in our community, and they will give us an insurance grading. That insurance grading will directly affect what you pay for fire insurance in your homes. So the better off that we are, the better insurance grading that we are, the better off that we are. So something like this we probably shouldn't do till we replace the engine, because we'll get negative marks on that engine because we have a outdated engine in one of the fire halls. That's just an example of how they grade our community. And that's it for those three.
Anybody got any questions? I was just listening, your duty, when you say on duty there, your duty call, roll it out and around throughout throughout the service, it's not only a duty, it's also a reward for
Yeah.
the guys too, right? So the responsibility. Councillor Zrisky.
Yeah, just one comment concerning the new fire engine. From our experience on council, the last fire engine, we got an estimate on it of $1 million. And so we put $500,000 aside for 1 year to buy it the next year. By the time it got to the next year, it was basically another 500,000. So it went from 1 million to 1.5 million in like a year and a half. So when you put 1.4 million down there for a fire engine, yeah, probably not.
I do understand the numbers are rather shocking, especially when we look back to 2022 or 2021, I believe the new aerial device was bought. That was 1.1 million. That truck now is worth 2.8 in 5 years. There's a number of different reasons why, but that's digressing from why we're here.
Anybody else? Any other input there? I might as well start using this. Wake up.
Thank you. There's only 2 recommendations in the additional staffing recommendations. So they do recommend a staffing evolution model in the 6 to 48 months. The cost is about $165,000 a year. Responsible for that would be the fire chief, the CAO, the director of emergency protective services, and HR. What they're really talking about is adding another full-time staff member. And they're also talking about adding a 0.2 admin to the fire services as well. That additional staff member will be a fire prevention officer. Is what they're recommending, and that fire prevention officer, their primary duties will be public education, fire inspection, and fire investigations. That is their primary job. Beyond that, they also recommend that we enhance our fire prevention, fire inspection, and fire investigation program. So currently right now, through the Safety Codes Act, our quality management plan for fire inspection is on request or complaint. They are recommending that we go to a prescribed program. That means that we are going to do X in our community every year. So we're to say this year we're going to do hotels, next year we will do restaurants, or we can divide up our community geographically and they'll do zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, however we delineate that. That prescribed program would be a lot of work. It will keep that person busy. We do have an older community, and the great part of having that fire prevention officer is we can really take a good aim at having a safe community where we can have all of those, all of our facilities and all of our buildings and all our businesses aligning with with the fire code, therefore the building code as well. There are some costs to that as well as we move through it, about $40,000 a year. So that's the additional staffing. If we don't have the additional staffing, our quality management plan will remain as it is on request or complaint. Hopefully I made that clear enough.
So you're going to be you're going to be going around doing inspections, like the Calgary fire crew goes around all the time doing that. Fire trucks park out in front of somewhere and they go through.
That is exactly a prescribed program where we are going to go out and we are going to inspect those facilities. Right now, as request or complaint, as it comes to me, I do those inspections, and there's not enough time in the day or the week or the year for me to do a prescribed program and all those other duties. So we will require that additional staff member.
No, understood. Just trying to make sure everyone hears it. Okay, Councillor Zrisky.
Yeah. So just one last comment. I guess I look at this as not a heck of a lot different than all of the other infrastructure deficit that we've been looking at. that it is clear that we have not been spending enough money on the fire department. It is not where it needs to be and should be. And it's no different than our water system, our roads, an awful lot of other things. We haven't been spending enough money on them, and they have deteriorated and they're not where they should be. So to me, this is quite similar to a lot of these other things.
I think it's, you know, some of this stuff is evolution. You know, things are evolving to where these are requirements now. It's just very similar to the water, where with the RCMP with the body cameras. You know, these are new things required now, and you know the fire service, like so much of industry, has had to evolve into this kind of thing and show proof of so many things, whether it's training or how your age of your vehicle and is a suitability for the job and stuff like that. So that's all this is a response to, and it is an infrastructure deficit, like you say. But anybody else got anything on it? Someone want to make a motion? Go. Oh, wait,
I have
we're
a little
not
bit
done
more.
yet.
Wait, there's more. I'll try and get through this fairly quickly. I know it's getting late in the day and I appreciate everyone's patience. So recommendations that cannot be completed. They recommended a superior tanker shuttle accreditation from underwriters as well. Currently, as we are configured, we cannot do this. We can only use our own equipment that we have in the valley. We can't use our mutual aid partners' equipment. So what a superior tanker shuttle is in the very much Cole's notes version of it is we have to, from 5 minutes from brake application of the fire truck, be flowing 1,500 liters a minute, and we have to maintain that for 90 minutes using our tankers or our tenders, whichever term we want to use. Our current tenders are tactical tenders. They're on the smaller side. They can do great work for us, but we're not in a position where we can achieve this particular accreditation.
All right, I got a question on that. Then is that what? That sounds pretty extreme. The number uh, of having to pump for that length of time, that amount of water. What would that be an equivalent of? Would you think?
I'm not sure what you're referring
Like
to as
just you know, you're saying a volume of water at a certain pressure for a certain amount of time.
So 1,500 liters a minute. We have to be able to be flowing that as a fire master stream on a fire.
Okay, so we're looking at out a 3-inch hose.
At a 3-inch hose, at a 2.5-inch hose, depending on the configuration of the actually appliances on the ground.
Right.
We still have to be able to flow that 1,500 liters a minute.
Okay, so that how many hoses would it take to flow 1,500 meters? And what
I
size?
can do it with one. I can do it with two. It depends on, again, the appliances that we're using. If we're using a master stream appliance, I can flow that quite easily out of one device and two hoses on the ground.
So you were talking last time you were here, you were talking about we had put out so many fires with how much? It wasn't very much, a volume of water.
That is correct. I don't make the test parameters. Those test parameters are provided by Underwriters Laboratory of Canada. We have, our crew has done amazing things over the last few years, training and so on. So we are very effective at putting water on fire, especially for early alerting. We can get those jobs done.
Yeah, no, that's just my point is that, you know, we're able to put it out with much less than that number is, right? And be effective. So that's all I was looking for there.
For sure. Depending on day and resources, right?
Yeah. All right. Anything else? Oh, Councillor Kalafa.
Oh, okay, if you're good. This is the last one, I promise. So completed recommendations. Along with the stuff that we're already very much down the road on, these are the ones that are completed. They've talked about enforcement of the Alberta Building Code. So they're really talking about our development and how we do our development in the community. In September, the new development plan was passed by council. So this talks about how we apply the NFPA, or the National Fire Protection Association, how we space hydrants, how fire stopping is put into modern construction. Those things are already done on a town basis. The second one is ongoing officer and membership meetings. This one I struggled with a bit because there are a number of meetings that take place. There's always an opportunity to give more information. I have committed to doing regular officer meetings at a minimum of once a month instead of once every 6 weeks, and giving more information on our Friday at the end of the month meetings that we do have. Apparatus equipment and rationalization. We've gone through our equipment and what we have in the valley and how we can protect the valley with that equipment. And at this time, it is adequate. The types of equipment that we have and how we have them deployed, we can take care of most of our problems. And beyond that, we do have our mutual aid partners where we can go and bring them in, and that we can augment our forces. Utility and water supply coordination. This has been continuing and ongoing for the last 3 years. Everything from our Bible sheet that dispatch uses when they dispatch for a structure fire, they actually do a utility notification in that as well, that we're using the water system. And we have a good open lines of communication. They will tell me when a hydrant is down and which area that hydrant is down, and I will contact them where we're going to flow hydrants. So there's some really good back and forth communication there. Equipment and apparatus standardization. This one is also another budgetary item. As funding is available, we are putting all the trucks together in basically the same configuration. A couple of years ago, we bought a whole bunch of fire hose, so that fire hose was replaced. I believe it was last year. We bought new nozzles for the attack loads. They are all identical. They all do exactly the same job. That actually helps our pump operator training and our firefighter training, so they know exactly what they need to do. And then also for drafting and actually working from static sources, which is water ponds and so on, all that equipment has also been standardized across the fleet. And that is the end of my presentation. So hopefully I've kept you awake through all that.
Just checking to make sure that everybody was there. Got any further questions for Fire Chief? Councillor Coughlin.
I just go back to my original point that I think that the council does need to familiarize themselves with the actual report, not just the recommendations prior to making a decision. I think and it's not that I don't trust the recommendations or anything. I just think that it's important. Yeah.
That's good. It's probably a pretty big report, I can imagine. But yeah, no, look forward to seeing that. Anybody else? Anyone gonna ready to make a motion?
Sorry.
Okay.
Just one final comment from the administration side. What I understand will happen is our director will share the report with council. I think it will be very important for council to read through it and be prepared to review these recommendations at the budget deliberations that will be happening later this fall. So in reference to which recommendation council would like to make forward, administration still would recommend the recommended motion as it stands, with the understanding that we will provide a copy of the report to council. We could actually, just like we did with the water services studies that were completed, there's no reason why we wouldn't even put this up on the website for for awareness.
Councillor Cleffa.
Oh, just thank you for that. I do understand better, especially even coming from the last report where we do need to look at each item individually as they come through the budgeting process. So thank you. And with that, I'll make that motion.
Okay.
That the Committee of the Whole accepts the presentation of the 2025 Fire Services Review Action Plan as information and recommend council that all projects related to the plan be presented as part of the 2027 5-year capital plan.
Thank you. A seconder. Deputy Mayor Hardy. All in favor? Okay. Carried. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thanks for your time. Is that it already? Anyone got a motion to adjourn? Can I get a motion to adjourn? Councillor McNeil.
I move that the Committee of the Whole adjourn the meeting at 8:31 p.m.
Thank you for that. Can a seconder, Councillor McNeil, or Miller, I should say, sorry. And all in favor? Okay, thank you. All right. Already?